The producers of this program would like to apologize in advance for the lower than usual audio quality in this particular episode. Sadly, right before recording, the soundboard failed, and due to the difficulty in scheduling this particular guest, the hosts decided that the show must go on. We hope you will accept our humble apologies and this bit of cake. The cake is a lie! Quiet, Wakeland. This is the D6 generation with your hosts, Craig Gallant.
Oh, if you're getting any compensation, it's not charity!
Russ Wakeland. You put me on a boat with frickin' dragons attacking me and whatnot? Now we're talking. And Rick Priestley in the third chair.
Pioneer is actually a pie on somebody's ear.
With contributions from Total Fangirl.
Vampires do not sparkle.
And our loyal listener.
Are you crazy? That's like 400 hours of gamer nonsense.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at with the speed of a haggard podcast host that found himself wolfing down a Grand Slam breakfast at 3 a.m. in a far-off city the night before. This edition is brought to you by
GameSalute.com, who wants to say, guide Dorothy, Tin Man, Scarecrow, or Lion through the Land of Oz in the new Card Game of Oz. For more info, visit GameSalute.com/Card Game of Oz.
Tonight, our panelists are, as always, Russ Wollington Wakeland and the godfather of gaming, Rick Paterfamilias Priestley. Let's begin. Issue number 1. The term pioneer is often defined as one who goes before, meaning a person who breaks new ground, either figuratively or literally, and forges a path for others to follow. Often these innovative approaches are then built upon by others, creating an entirely new discipline, nation, or reality. Question. In 2011, data returning from the Pioneer 10 and 11 probes began to confuse scientists following the craft's flights. By the end of 2011, the so-called Pioneer anomaly was finally attributed to what cause? Dennis Ricci Russ.
I'm going to go with Black Hole.
Jeff Raskin Rick.
I've absolutely no idea. I think you've got it wrong. The Pioneer is actually a pie on somebody's ear. So I put it down to that. Pies.
I having a very hard time saying wrong to that, but it is traditional wrong! The scientists decided that the anomaly was being caused by internal computer failures, and not, as some of the scientists suggested, mysterious outside influences working on the craft as they traveled through deep, dark space. Or is that only the official answer? Issue number 2. Herd mentality, or mob mentality, describes how many people are influenced by their peers to adopt certain behaviors, follow trends, and or purchase items. Examples of the herd mentality include stock market trends, fashions in apparel, car, taste in music, superstitions, etc. Question. Given a group of 10 gamers wrap up their games at 2 a.m. at a local convention. One gamer says to another, I forgot to eat dinner. What's nearby? How many gamers from this group will end up having dinner at a local Denny's restaurant 15 minutes away? John B. Watson Wakeland.
All of them.
Ivan Pavlov Priestley.
Yeah, it's all of them, isn't it? It's every single one plus their friend.
See, on the other hand, we're talking technicalities here. Well, it varies given local mores, of course, but for our purposes, 4 will immediately agree to go. Oh, wait, no, it's 6. Oh, sorry, miss, could we have a table for 8 instead? Those 2 overweight gentlemen in black shirts are with us. Please don't tell the nice policeman on duty that we're disruptive. And, oh, the final 2 show up as you shovel the last bit of egg into your gaping maw, angry that their GPS failed them and the Denny's could be so hard to find, and oops, everyone is desperately tired and refuses to wait for them to order. Even takeout? Seriously? Even takeout? Yes, seriously, even takeout. My options are crash and sleep right now or kill you despite the presence of the nice policeman. Herd mentality wins out, and the 2 leave hungry, so the answer technically is 8, making you both wrong. Issue number 3. Antares is a red supergiant star in the Milky Way galaxy and the 16th brightest star in the nighttime sky. Along with Aldebaran, Spica, and Regulus, it is one of the 4 brightest stars near the ecliptic. It is the brightest star in the constellation Scorpius. Question. Antares' nickname is derived from the constellation in which it resides. What is that nickname? John Baptist Riccioli Russ.
Oh, I got nothing.
Henry Norris Russell Rick.
Nickname Antares, Red Star?
Oh, had such high hopes. And not even the pie answer. Wrong! The heart.
What is it? Tell me, I'm Snow.
The heart of the scorpion. How cool is that? That's like real life, not even science fiction. That makes you both wrong. Issue number 4. Nanotechnology is the manipulation of matter on an atomic or molecular scale. With a variety of potential applications, nanotechnology is a key technology for the future, and governments have invested billions of dollars in its research. Nanotechnology is very diverse, ranging from extensions of conventional device physics to completely new approaches based upon molecular self-assembly. What could go wrong with that? From developing new materials with dimensions on the nanoscale to direct control of matter in the atomic scale. Again, nothing to be concerned with here. Question. Given the thrilling possibilities of merely inhaling robots that will constantly rebuild us and keep our bodies anew, what is the likelihood that people will willingly ingest these little miracle molecules? Ayn Rand Russ.
75%.
Eugene Richter Rick.
You don't have any choice in the matter. It's got to be 100%, doesn't it?
Well, as all current research indicates that inhaling nanotubes is roughly equivalent, as far as your health is concerned, with inhaling asbestos, visiting a veritable biblical list of plagues down upon the heads of the poor valiant lab rats so tested, I'm going to say current rates are 0. With the proviso that this may change once the little darlings can heal the damage they themselves cause, which is creepy in its own right, but then we're kind of a creepy species sometimes. That's all we've got for now. Thanks for listening, and good night.
This episode of the D6 Generation is brought to you by Lone Wolf Development. Take your game to the next level.
And by Geek Nation Tours. Rise up and join the Geek Nation, touring the world at geeknationtours.com.
And by Conquistador Games, focusing on immersive and thematic games. More details at cqgames.com.
And the War Store, bringing the war to your door since 1999, and that is for a decade or more.
And by Winged Hussar Publishing, providing books for students of history and history students. wingedhussarpublishing.com. And by Game Salute, publishing awesome tabletop games through the Powered by Game Salute program, supporting independent publishers, stores, and the industry at gamesalute.com. Hello!
Hello!
Hello?
Hello, welcome to episode 120
120, that's a nice round number.
of the D6 Generation. I'm Russ Wakeland.
I'm Craig Gallant.
And I'm Rick Priestley.
Hey, Rick, welcome to the show. So,
Most of you will already know how excited Russ and I are, and you are probably equally as excited. For those few of you who have been living under a rock for God only knows how long, okay, Rick Priestley is where I come from, considered, quite honestly, to be, with all caps, the man.
oh yes. In the miniature gaming realm, Rick is the man. Rick, you just want to rattle off a couple games you may have created that people might have heard of before?
Ooh, I did that Warhammer game thing.
Yeah.
There was that little Warhammer fantasy thing. That's
Warhammer thing. I did that 40k one as well.
Yeah, that one with all the zeros after the 4.
You may
Yep.
have heard of 40k.
That was good. That did quite well for its time.
That did for its time. It was quite well.
I did the odd role-playing game too. Yeah. Too many.
Yes, definitely a founding father of miniature wargaming, to say the least, I would argue.
Absolutely.
So, Rick, we are so appreciative and excited to have you on the show today, and thank you so much for taking time out of your crazy busy schedule, assuming it's even more crazy now with this new Kickstarter, Gates of Antares. And we're very thrilled to be talking to Rick in more detail later about this very episode. So we're going to get Rick on here and talk in detail about that, what's going on, what the Kickstarter is all about, what the game's about, what's innovative about the mechanics and the models and all that great stuff.
And with a smooth segue, Russ, what is today's episode about?
It's about those things. So we're going to talk about Gates of Antares with Rick. We're also going to talk about Sedition Wars. So Craig and I are going to give a big Sedition Wars review later in this show as well. So we're really excited to talk about those things. But before we can get all that, we got to do a little housekeeping here. Up first, we have contest information. So later, throughout this very episode...
This is intriguing to me because I didn't know this contest was even happening.
Oh, yes, it's great. So throughout this very episode, we will be sprinkling... Listeners have been calling in and leaving voicemails for their prediction or their resolutions for 2013.
Resolutions 2013, gaming-wise.
Exactly.
The Gamer Edition.
Exactly. So we've gathered them all up. And throughout this episode, during the bumpers, you're going to hear all these great resolutions. And then we're going to go ahead and pick one at the end of the show and put it out there for you guys. So at the end of the show, listen for the big wiener of the resolution contest. Thank you, everyone who submitted your resolutions via email or Skype voicemail. We really appreciate it.
I'm quite intrigued by what some of you plan on achieving over the next, now it's 11 months, isn't it?
It is.
Better get cracking.
Rick, do you have a resolution for 2013 you're going to make sure happens?
I've got a new project going on at the moment, which is to build a new games room.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, I bought an old stable block that's adjoined to my house. That makes my house sound really posh, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
Is it next to the servant quarters, Rick?
Yeah, actually, my house is an old barn. It used to be an old barn. And right next to me, I've got a stable block, and recently that came up for sale. So I bought it, and it's kind of gutted, it's a wreck. But I'm going to turn that into a new games room.
Wow.
That's my project for this year.
Well, that is quite the project.
It is quite a project. I probably won't get it finished, but I'm going to get it started at least. Yeah.
Are there any particularly fancy highlights that you plan on incorporating into your room?
I'm going to have a floor. I've got one at the moment.
Excellent.
I'm hoping for a roof. It's got a bit
awesome. Right.
Electricity, that'll be good. I'm hoping for that.
Nice.
It's all about managing expectations at this point.
Yeah, that's what I reckon. It has got water because it's got a well, but it doesn't have much in the way of anything else. So yeah, but it's going to be great. It's about 100 feet long, so I reckon I can get a decent sized war game through.
Very, very nice. that's
run your own games day.
Yes, we'll expect to see pictures on the internet, Rick, when this is all set.
Yeah, I shall have to invite you to my grand opening.
Oh, excellent. We are waiting with bated breath.
We will be awaiting that invitation with bated breath.
Right. So, also before we can get on to the rest of the show, we should mention our lost chapters. So, at the recent Big TempleCon event, Craig and I ran a large Dystopian Wars / Dystopian Legions mega battle.
Good old-fashioned mega battle.
And so we took this lost chapter to go ahead and spend about 40 minutes telling you exactly how it went, how we did it, what kind of special rules we did to integrate Dystopian Wars with Dystopian Legions, with ships shelling the island and big templates landing on people. It's always good fun to do that kind of stuff. So we go into all that, how we did it, how it went, a little bit of stories in there.
You could do it with a couple other game systems.
Exactly right.
A lot of game systems out there that you can do this with, but there's a couple ways you can make it work.
Right, good fun. So it's always fun to get a mega battle going on. So we'll talk about that. And if you're interested in getting involved in the Lost Chapters, Craig, how do they do that?
You would go to our website, and on the right-hand side, find the little cherub with the stack of books, and click on him. That's Charlie, and he will lead you right to it. And we really, really appreciate all of you guys who click on that, get a little extra content, and help support the show. And that sends us to cons like we just went to, helps us with the event. I mean, we had a fully prepared table for this event that would not have happened if it wasn't for you guys and your support of the show. So thank you very much, those of you who support the show. And one great way in our heads to do that is through the Lost Chapters, where you get a little extra content. It's like an extra segment that you get between shows. So, if 4 hours isn't enough for you, you get an extra 45 minutes every other week, and you help support us and all the different stuff that we try to do to bring stuff back to you.
Right. And don't forget the brand new game list up on our website as well. Go to the d6generation.com and click the game list at the top of the screen there. It'll show you all the games in alphabetical order we've ever reviewed on the show.
And I think you will find some enlightening information there.
Yes.
Such as my actual view, apparently, on worker placement games.
There you go. So with all that said, what's it time now for, Craig?
Today it's time for Achievements in Gaming.
Nice. Oh, the achievement noise is confused. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Very quiet.
By the way, every time you hear that blink, that's on there intentionally as an achievement.
Right. And today, Achievements in Gaming is brought to us by, with unbiased reviews and real opinions by real gamers, find out what's happening without the PR fluff. Gaming trend by gamers for gamers. So, and the beginning of the achievements, we should mention up front here today, I forgot to mention this earlier, our soundboard is on the fritz today, and so unfortunately the audio quality is a little lower than we normally have on the show, so I apologize for that in advance.
Getting that fixed will be another awesome thing that we'll be able to do because people help support the show.
We will fix that, but we didn't want to miss this awesome opportunity with Rick, so the show must go on no matter the situation, so there you have it.
As Freddie Mercury once said.
Exactly, or someone else. So...
Want me to sing, do you guys?
Could you? You're British. I can never hit those high notes.
Right.
Yeah.
So Rick, what we do first is we like to talk about what we've been playing lately. Rick, what have you been playing lately?
Yeah, well, because I've been involved in this Kickstarter, we've been playing a lot of Beyond the Gates of Antares.
Ooh.
But that's not really playing. That's more like kind of making it all up as you go along.
There you go.
It's at that stage of things.
Now, let me ask you this. Would you say that playtesting a new game is as fun, more fun, or less fun than playing a game with your mates with a well-established rule set you already know the deal with and everything?
Oh, it's loads of fun for me. Probably no fun at all for them.
Okay.
As you suddenly go, oh, right, I've had a fantastic roll, I've attacked and I've destroyed the enemy, and I go, yeah, let's just do that turn again. That frustrates me.
It's right here in the rules inside my head.
I was going to say, Rick, be honest. Have you ever changed the rules in midstream because you were being beaten?
No. Okay.
Good.
Occasionally, I very often change the rules in midstream because they don't work.
Fair enough.
Coincidentally, I might be being beaten.
Okay.
Yeah, any coincidental. Yeah.
Changed the rules because I was being beaten, and to suggest such a thing is.
So I apologize. I don't know what came over me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, when I'm playtesting, I usually don't play. I think when you playtest, you get two other guys to play.
That seems like it.
You run the game, and that's. It works so much better that way. Otherwise, you get emotionally involved in it.
Right.
Yep.
And you lose perspective.
Have you had a chance to play any other games sort of as an unwinder?
Yeah, I was around Antares the other day playing the Black Powder game.
Oh, Black Powder.
Did you just hear what he said?
Yeah.
He was just around at the Perry's the other day. Black Powder.
Antares, yeah. Well, you see, my friend Alan Perry and John Stallard at Warlord Games, they're like that's where I game mostly.
So,
because they're my friends, and we've been mates for years, so it's just what goes on.
And I totally understand that, but for the listeners that don't understand why I'm having this reaction, it's kind of like you scored this awesome interview with Zeus, and you're like, so Zeus, what do you do on your free time? And Zeus is like, well, I was hanging out with Apollo and Ares the other day, and you're just like, this is crazy. So.
Then I said Bob Dylan. Yeah. So I was playing Black Powder anyway. I got mullered. The Perrys beat me, if that's any consolation.
Oh, excellent.
The South did not rise again.
Well, that is consolation anyway.
Yeah, in fact, we didn't get off the starting line, to be honest. As sometimes happens with Black Powder, it's a game where you roll to determine if you can move.
Oh.
So if you roll badly enough, you don't move much. And we didn't move, other than into range of the opposition's guns. And then we stayed there.
Nice.
Sounds like a plan. A losing plan, but a plan nonetheless.
Now, Rick, do you ever dabble in any games outside of the miniature gaming realm, or are you pretty much pure miniature gamer at this point?
More years ago, I don't really play much outside of miniatures games these days, but we have played board games and card-based games, and still do occasionally. And my wife Lindsay, who works for the Black Library, she's a great board game player as well, as is Jervis Johnson. He's a great board game player.
Okay, cool.
And, we occasionally get together and play, but what's the last board game I played? He did play something recently. Oh, yeah. But,
so it made an impression then?
Not made much of an impression.
Right. Well, great.
I know, the Lego Heroes game.
Oh, I love that game.
Yes, that's a fun little game, yes.
Something stupid.
It's silly fun.
It is pretty stupid, but it's stupid, silly fun.
Right. Great. Lego Heroica, good choice. Well, that's great stuff, Rick. So, Craig, what have you been playing lately?
Well, let's see. This Tuesday, instead of going to a regular gaming session, we all went to Slick Willie's house, which has just been renovated, so it's a crazy beautiful house. And he has, because only Will could really have pulled this off, 2 television viewing rooms with ridiculous overstuffed leather furniture and giant wall-mounted flat screens. And we played Artemis, 2 full bridge crews of Artemis, did we not, Russ?
We did. So those unfamiliar with Artemis, it is a starship, a non-IP infringing starship simulator. And
what you need for this to work is you basically need a computer plugged into a large television to be the main view screen, and then each participant can get away with pretty much either a laptop, but it's best with a touch screen. So you want either a Windows 8 laptop or you want an iPad. Yeah. Or an iPhone, but iPad, you want something a little bigger iPad. And basically each of these becomes a crew station. So there's an engineering iPad, there is a weapons control iPad, there is a sensors iPad, there is a comm officer's iPad, and then and there's a helm. Yeah, very important, the helm. And then also you want someone to be the captain. And the captain doesn't have the iPad, just like on a real starship. He's just out there giving orders, or she's giving orders and telling him what to do, and keeping everybody coordinated and telling them when to raise the shields and turn left and all that stuff. And then the main game runs a simulation. So there's, enemy ships coming in, and there's transports that need assistance, and starbases under attack. And you go out there and you attack them. You fire some nuclear torpedoes. You can hit them with phasers. You change your shield facing. You fly. And you can have multiple ships with multiple crews in this thing if you have enough iPads and PCs. So Will had set it up with enough, and everybody brought their own iPads over. And we had basically 2 giant starships flying around, facing the forces of darkness. It was good fun.
It was insane.
It was insane.
And I went from the heights to the depths. I was the starship captain of the Artemis in the first game we played, and it was a blast. And you're walking around from station to station, you're watching everybody's screen, you're commanding people to do this, that, the other. Give me the forward view, give me the side view, give me the rear view, fire torpedo. I mean, it was awesome. Reload 2 torpedoes, give me a nuke. It was a blast. And then in the last game, I was helm, and I learned that I'm just really not very good at driving a spaceship. Especially in an environment that includes minefields.
Not everyone can be Sulu, Craig.
No. And I'm going to blame the captain. Because, somehow we never had our shields up when we were near a minefield. Every time, and in my defense, as helm, you can't actually see much of the surrounding area. All you can see is basically your radar contacts. So it's a very abstract view, unless you hijack the main view screen of the spaceship, in which case no one else can see anything, but you can see out the front screens. And then you can kind of steer conventionally. But for the most part, you're trying to steer by radar. And you're going very, very fast, and then you hit a mine, and that's bad.
Yeah, there's a reason why in Star Trek, Sulu and Chekhov are right in the front there. They're, they got to be close to the window.
In fact, close to the window is good, yeah.
Right.
So that was awesome. I had a blast with that. Thank you, Will, for putting that together.
Yeah,
His wife, Sarah, cooked all the food. I mean, it was really just an awesome, awesome night. Very relaxed, laid back, lots and lots of fun. And Artemis, if you know enough people who can put all the bits together, I'm very disappointed that Will did not go all out and pay the $600 for the red alert light, but maybe next time. Yeah. And so that was awesome. Then TempleCon, I played/watched a Rivet Wars demo, and I was much more intrigued than I thought I would be.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that's the big Cool Mini or Not Kickstarter that's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Long-time listeners will not be surprised that the go-to game of the con for me was Perudo.
Which is basically Liar's Dice, for those who have been following.
Liar's Dice, with a Mayan twist. And I had a blast with that, as I always do. That was the last game of the night, so that was what we were playing at 2 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And got in a really good, solid game of Sedition Wars with Russ, and really had a much better time with that. Really got a much better idea what's going on with it.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened there.
What was that?
That's all right. I'll edit that out. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Played Infiltration by Fantasy Flight, where it's sort of a card game, kind of, but with like cardboard cutout minis, kind of, and you're infiltrating a corporation and you're trying to hack into their computers. And I really did not enjoy myself. I think there's something wrong either with the math, with the deck composition, because like some guys had some awesome equipment which allowed them to leap forward early in the game, and me and a couple other guys were literally just running along behind them, kind of picking up their scraps, which never allowed us to get to the point where we could contest anymore with the game. So it was basically kind of like playing the role of a spoiler for the rest of the game. So it was sort of frustrating. Seems like a really neat game with some really cool mechanics to it. There's an alarm that constantly goes up as the police get closer and closer to the building, because as soon as you break in, the alarms in the police headquarters go off. So it's very cool. The tension ratchets up very quickly. I think with a better constructed equipment deck, or some sort of rule for for finding more equipment, the game would be a little bit faster, but it was fast as it was. It was just very frustrating if you got a bad pick early on in the game. So really cool idea. I think it's maybe it was just three of us had a bad experience all at the same time. But I think there's something there. Jumped in on Galaxy Trucker. That's still fun.
Always fun.
Wacky fun. Played Tribune for the first time, which has surprised most of the people around the table that a big Rome fan like myself had not played Tribune. I really enjoyed it. I think, Russ, we should try to look at that.
Oh, cool. All right.
Really, really fun. And, of course, we did our big Dystopian Wars, Dystopian Legion event, which was huge success and had a lot of fun and pulled a lot of people in from all over the con. So that's my gaming fun. Russ, how about you? All
right, well, real quickly, did TempleCon as well, and overlapped a lot of what Craig did. What was cool about Rivet Wars, not only do we play a quick Rivet Wars demo, but then, and in the demos, they weren't using elements of the game to keep it fast, right? So it was only a half game, and they didn't use some of the decks of cards. But Rivet Wars, for those who don't know, is a sort of an alternate World War II board game, and it's one of these miniature board game hybrids. So there's tons of plastic little bits, and they're all very sort of cartoony looking, and they look like they're made out of steel. So the actual people look like they're made out of little steel rivets. Very sort of cute, but also kind of fun looking. And there's just crazy over the top 4-legged walkers and mono wheeled tanks and all kinds of craziness. Had a real fun time with it. And then later, the Cool Mini or Night guys invited me over to play the full game, and I got to play it with our friend Stubbs there. So I got to play a full game with Stubbs, and it was a lot of fun. I really like the full mechanics. I'm really excited about it. I think it plays fast. It plays fun. The cards give a lot more elements to the game, and the cards also give you secret objectives as you play. So in addition to the primary victory points, there's also these secret objectives you try to pull out and kind of surprise your opponent. And it's very much like a real-time strategy game in that when you're fighting, you're losing units, but you keep respawning them every turn. So there's just sort of these like spawn points where you just keep sending wave after wave of plastic at your opponent, which is kind of crazy fun. Very different from most of the games I play, but a lot of fun. Then also played some Producto with Craig, and we had our big Dystopian Wars, Dystopian Legions thing. That was a lot of fun. Been playing a lot of Sedition Wars lately. Rick, are you familiar with Sedition Wars at all?
Yeah, not played it. I've seen it on the web, and read a bit about it. It sounds good.
Yeah, it was Mike McVeigh was involved with this one, and the models look fantastic. And it really plays very nicely. It's got a very sort of dark space horror-y kind of feel inside, and the alien menace is really neat because they're sort of there's these little nanoviruses flying around that get inside you and take over your body and infect you and all kinds of good stuff. So we'll talk more about that later this episode, but that was a lot of fun. And then got a 4-player game of Clash of Cultures. I know last episode I mentioned I played it with 2-player. Now I play it with 4-player, and I really liked it at 4-player. We played it at TempleCon. It's one of these 4X, explore, exterminate, expand, exploit, take over the whole world. And you start out with like little, each player's got a little village, and then you expand your plastic village, and eventually it grows to have a temple, and then you add a fortress onto it, and you grow it up, and you send settlers out and build more cities, and of course you build armies and invade your opponent, build boats and sail them around the board. A lot of fun, and it played pretty fast. We had 4 players, 2 of whom were brand new to the game, and with all that, giant 4X take over the world game, we played it in about under 2 hours, about an hour and 45 minutes, so that's pretty good for a game of that scale. So we had a lot of fun with that. Also, back at Myriad Games, our favorite local gaming store, played Survive Escape from Atlantis, which is a very fun, light little board game. Also enjoyed Artemis, as Craig said, and then I'm getting more Descent 2 campaigns in, so I'm getting more of my RPG fix in my virtual Descent games, which is a lot of fun. So that's great as well. And the Evil Heroes are doing very well, so the Overlord is not scoring very well lately, so I got to step up my game on that one. So, Craig, have you been to all the Myriad game locations now?
I have not, because, of course, there is a new Myriad Games location on Staten Island.
That's right. So if you're in the New York area, be sure to check out the new Myriad Game store down in Staten Island. It looks fantastic. I've got to get down there sometime. I've only been, of course, to the Salem and the Manchester locations, but be sure to check that out.
For an invitation.
I know. So now it's time to talk about modeling. Rick, have you been doing any painting or modeling or assembling of any little models lately?
Yeah, I've not been doing very much because I've been working so much on the game. So my painting's taken a bit of a back seat. It's a shame, isn't it? But I think the last thing I did was some Romans, some Warlord game Romans, my big Roman army.
Nice.
Yeah, you might think I photograph it sometimes. It finds its way either onto my Facebook page or into one of our books or mags and things. Yeah, that's about all I've been doing. So a bit boring, really. But there you go. It's very dark in England in the winter. painting and modelling goes out the window a bit.
But you
Lighting for
It's just,
don't have electric lighting over there? What's going on?
it's not good enough. When you've got old eyes like what I've got.
All right, fair enough. Well, speaking of modeling, though, when you're talking about Gates of Antares, do you, how involved are you in the modeling process of that? Is that something, do you get to see the sort of the prototypes and get to approve or involved with that, or how does that part work?
Yeah, the actual sculpts we're doing, sure. I've commissioned the first couple of pieces, and then Rick Alexander, who's running Kickstarter, he took over and he finished he got the Hanson model finished. But all the way through that, we met up with Kev and we looked at the model as it was developing online. He sent us pictures over. And we have a few more on the way, which we're just not quite ready to show people yet, including some what we call reavers, the ordinary human types. And we have some COCOM troops on the way, which are they're standard military type. Yeah, so I've got a few things on the way, and I do get to see them all, but I can't do it myself. I'm not really a sculptor.
Right. Well, that's cool. But do you get any input on like assembly and stuff, or does that happen elsewhere? Like, is it going to be easy to assemble and easy to paint kind of thing, or do you get involved in that at all, or?
Yeah, I mean, to an extent. I mean, all the guys involved in the modelling commissioning all really know their stuff, so there's no real need to do that. I probably brief it more along the lines of, we need some models that are going to sell for this price.
Okay.
If you're going to sell them for this price, you can't make them too complicated or too big.
Right.
Because they're expensive to produce. So if I have an overview on the process, it's more how many pieces is it? If it's 10 pieces, you can't sell it for the same price you sell something that's 1.
Right.
All that sort of stuff. The dull commercial stuff.
Right. the complex business decisions that go on behind the scenes. That's interesting.
It's not hard. It's very easy. You go. It costs twice as much to produce a model in 2 parts.
There you go.
That's math even I can do.
Right. So
that's all you need to know.
Fair enough. Craig, how about you? What have you been doing for modeling lately?
Well, all of the modeling and painting that I've been doing has been geared towards the event that we had just last night, so I'm kind of like in a phase. Finished the table, which I said was a really awesome table with a canal down the middle. 2 bridges, one beautiful bridge that Spartan Games made specifically for the event and sent to me that I painted up, and then another bridge that is actually a World War II diorama bridge that we got off of eBay that was a totally very different material to work with and kind of crumbly and very difficult to work with, and not very it's very fragile, which is not usually good for wargaming terrain, but it looks beautiful.
Is this resin? Is it resin?
It's like a plaster almost, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a plaster that is very susceptible to chipping, is what I've discovered partway. But yeah, so I fixed all that twice, and then painted it, and then fixed it again as I chipped it again. But we had that river with a canal and two bridges, a bunch of buildings, railroads, boxes, barrels everywhere. So that was a lot of fun. And I completely finished, like, as of literally about 10 hours before the event started. I was still painting 3 different officers and heroes with the crocodile, little clockwork alligator, which was awesome. 2 Native Americans, trappers, and 2 dogs. 27 line infantry, including machine gun spotters and an NCO, and 4 of the beautiful tread bikes. So lots and lots of models. So I really was working overtime, really burning that brush that I bought, the brush that Eric Johns recommended to me, and it's still going strong, so it's still good. So go back to that interview if you're interested, because I totally forget who made that brush, but it's an awesome brush, a great investment. And so that was me modeling. What about you, Russ?
Not a lot. I did. So one of the things I liked about Sedition Wars.
This is hilarious.
What's that?
You and the Sedition Wars bases.
Yes, so I think the Sedition Wars Kickstarter was totally worth it just for the bases in the box. Because I think I've said this before. See, it was $100 for my Kickstarter thing, and you get 80 models in this thing, right? Plus a board game, right? And the models are great. They look fantastic. The board game's fun to play. We'll talk about that later. But also, there's 80 bases, and the bases aren't your just normal flat bases. They're all plastic injected, sculpt, textured bases. So they look like little high tech, sort of the flooring you'd find on a really high tech spaceship. Lines and panels and electrical conduits in there and everything. So they're really cool bases. And these are the kind of bases you'd normally buy from like Micro Art to somebody for like $12 for 2. And I'm looking at 80 of them for $100. So even if the rest of the game was awful, I was up for bases. So but you got more models than you ever need in the board game, really, from the Kickstarter, from all the stretch goals. So basically, I took out 10 of the bases out of there, and I've rebased all my Infinity models to have these nicer bases on them. And so they really came out great. Now, it was a little bit of work because, there's these flat plastic bases, and all the Infinity models are mostly metal, so I had to pin every single foot to get them in the base. So it was a non-trivial task, as they say, but I got them all set up. Also got some more painting time on my tag for my Pan-Oceania faction there. Got them all painted up.
Nice
I love the
pronunciation, Russ.
Thank you. I've been working on that. And then finally, I also got to paint more hordes with my 10-year-old daughter. So we're working on her hordes faction, and she's been painting her Warp Wolf. She just started getting really almost done with that now, and then I've been starting working on more of my Troll Bloods with her as well. So I'm having a great time painting with my daddy-daughter painting time is still going strong.
Very nice. Very nice.
So excited about this as well.
Look at you leveraging your hobby into parenthood.
It's fun. She's loving it. So and what's neat about a game like War Machine, especially, is that she can learn it. It's not complicated. And yet I was just at TempleCon this past weekend watching, 20, 30, 40, even in some cases 50-year-old men and women play this game like it's a lifestyle, so it's a great game. It's a lifetime of fun you can have once you get into these miniature games. It's just a lot of fun. So really excited to see her starting her journey down the path. Such it is. So I don't know if I've helped her or hurt her along this path. We'll see what happens. What about other stuff? So this is just random geekery. So Rick, have you seen any good geeky movies or read a good geeky book lately?
Oh, good geeky book. I'm currently reading an autobiography of a rock band called, you might not have heard of these guys, they're called the Alberto y los Trios Paranoias. And this is a rock band of the mid to late 70s. And they produced an EP at the time called the Snuff Rock EP. And it was entirely a skit on the punk scene at the time. It's pretty good. So I thought, and I've always kind of remembered them fondly, and I've spotted this book. But I'll buy that, see what they were like. Started reading it. My God. I mean, rock star lifestyle and all that, but done the British way, i.e. no money. How these guys survived, I have no idea.
Were they up to all sorts of wacky hijinks?
Hijinks involving many psychedelic drugs, yes.
Wow. So what's the name of the book again, Rick?
The band is called the Alberto y los Trios Paranoias.
Mm-hmm.
The book is called When I Was Thin.
When I Was Thin. Okay, great.
Yeah, good title.
That is good. How about any movies, Rick, lately, or no?
No, the last movie I saw was the John Carter movie.
How did you like that?
I thought it was really good. A lot of people didn't like it. I know a lot of people dissed it. But
Yeah.
I thought, actually, considering that it was based on, a 100-year-old book,
Right.
I thought it captured the character of the books very well, because I read the books, of course, when I was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
I sort of fondly remember them. Obviously don't remember them all that well. But I thought it captured the character of the books really well, and the story was, as stories are in movies, superficial and trivial, but the special effects were good, and I thought the imagery was nice. Yeah, did it for me.
Yeah, we all had the same opinion,
We agree
actually.
with you 100%.
Yeah, we enjoyed it. It was a fun ride. We liked it too. So I don't know why it didn't do very well commercially.
What did you think of the Green Martians, the Thark?
Oh, go ahead, Craig.
I liked everything that was done. I had not read the books previously, and after watching the movie, I went out and I read the first 3 books because I was intrigued, and I liked the movie better. and I liked all the aliens, and I thought an awful lot of the criticism of the movie had to be coming from some sort of trained, like, psychotherapists or sociologists or something who were expecting something that you just would never be able, like, everybody was arguing that, all the different alien factions, they just seem so that you get all confused. A, I didn't get confused because I was counting arms. And B, it's a movie. Unless your movie is going to be 8 hours long, you're not going to be able to get into an awful lot of the sociology of what each faction is all about. I thought it was just a good old-fashioned romp through a really neat, well-realized, cool special effects laden little world. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it wasn't deep, was it? It was
No.
a good story.
Yeah, it was an adventure. Action adventure sci-fi. It's not going to be, you're not going to be changing anybody's world view.
Yeah. It felt to me like one of those old school, 1920 or 30s sci-fi Flash Gordon style films done for the modern era, right? It was
With some
fun.
really good special effects.
Right. It was fun.
You've just described Star Wars.
Well, yes, that too.
Indeed.
Yes. Oh, great. Well, so Craig, what have you been reading or listening to or whatever?
I'm happily back in a reading mode, and I finished The Iron Druid 5, which is Trapped by Kevin Hearn, and that's continuing to be good fun. And I am currently listening to Andrew Swan's Apotheosis series, Book 2, which is Heretics, which I talked about last time.
Oh, I am too. I think I'm caught up to you almost.
You are up. You probably drove up and down, or down and back on your own. Unfortunately, we needed 2 cars to carry everything for the event.
Right.
And so I think you got a lot of really quality time with old Andrew.
I did.
And I did not. So I think you probably all got caught up with me. I am still loving it. It is almost, I can't read this and think this guy doesn't know about Infinity.
I know, it's hard not to, right?
Because it is not in any way the universe of Infinity the game, but almost everything from Infinity of the game is in the books somewhere.
Yeah. Someone knows someone's hard sci-fi notes are from the same book. Whatever they are, they're really close, which makes it fun, yeah.
Yep. And I'm still enjoying it. There's still some weird redundancies in the writing and I want just one example, literally a sentence out of this book. High up on the wall hung the banners that hung there bravely. Seriously? The word hung twice.
Well, they're really hanging very, very purposefully up there.
Well, they were hanging importantly.
Right.
And
Say they were well hooked,
Spike set back. So I'm really enjoying it. Of course, Russ, where did I get this book?
Yes, if you're wondering how Craig and I are reading a book while driving to a convention, that's because we use Audible, of course, from our friends over there at Audible. And what you can do, if you want to get into Audible and try it out and see if it's worth listening to a book where you're driving someplace long, like for a business trip or just commuting to work, or you're painting your models and you want to listen to some stories that are related to yours, like let's say you're painting Infinity models and you want to hear about a universe that's not Infinity, but sort of like it. What you want to do is go to our website, thed6generation.com, click on the Audible ad on the right-hand side, and that will take you to the special deal that Audible is providing for you, our listeners, through us, and that is you get a free 30-day trial with Audible.com. You will get a free Audible credit, which gets you basically any of their books for free, and if you decide to cancel the trial, you get to keep that book forever. And so what that means, you got a book you can listen to and enjoy over and over again if you want. And I've been an Audible listener since 2001. I have over 400 books already, and I love it. It is just a fantastic. If you drive a lot, it's just a no-brainer. You got to check it out.
The best testament for that is that I joined up, A, so I could say that I joined up, and B, with the full intention of canceling after the first month, and I've now been doing it for 2 years.
All right, how many books you got?
I don't know. It's like 20 or 30.
See,
it's not really as much as you, because I don't drive as much as you do.
They build up quickly, though. Before you know it, you got a whole library online. That's pretty cool.
And I love it, and I never begrudge that. It's like literally it's $13, and that $13 gets you a book, and those books are going to cost you at least $26 if you get them anywhere else. So it's a good deal there. But then when you pile on all the other specials that Audible does, it's really a no-brainer. If you enjoy audiobooks, it's really a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a great way to go. Did a bunch of work in the Dystopian event, and I'm gearing back up for the Wild West Exodus Overdrive now because I had to put a bunch of that. Don't tell Romeo this, anyone out there. I had to put that on the back burner while I finished painting and getting ready for the event. And of course, the Wild West Exodus Kickstarter has started and funded in the first 10 hours.
It doubled its funding in the first 2 days.
It wasn't a lot of money they decided to go for initially. So, but yay, we did it. And but that's very exciting. And no, I know nothing about any of these things he's unlocking that I've never seen before, like the non-IP infringing
Space Cowboy Crew.
Space Cowboy Crew. I had no idea that was coming, which is why I didn't hint to anybody out there who's like, hey, Craig told me stuff, but he never told me that. Well, that was a surprise to me when somebody showed me that picture at the convention.
See, it's almost like Romeo knows you have a podcast and these things might leak.
Exactly. He knows me.
He knows.
And then on the way back, Dave and I listened to one of our listeners is a comedian, and Joe Vespasiani, and he sent me his new comedy CD, and we listened to it on the way home. And it was very, very funny. Loved particularly the thrift store and the holiday cuts. My favorite joke in the whole thing was, it was a joke about, who would be sad enough to give you a gift at Christmas that I will clean your house?
Right.
And he's like, that's silly. And then he talked about re-gifting and how funny it would be if you re-gifted somebody's gift that they would clean your house. And you'd get a phone call like, hey, Joe said you'd clean my house because he doesn't need you to clean his. So gifting it to somebody who doesn't know you. So that was very funny. So thank you, Joe. It was fun listening to that CD. That's what I got.
All right, well, the only other I have, because my only one really, getting ready for TempleCon, I mean, besides all that stuff, was listening to Finishing Prophets, which I enjoyed, by Andrew Swan, and now listening to Heretics. But we did want to mention, earlier, when we were at TempleCon, I wanted to shout out to all the listeners that said hi to us, but in particular, Matt Rendar. So Matt was there, and he was going to run an Aliens event. He was in a really cool Aliens Trooper cosplay thing with this giant...
that giant machine gun on the bracing.
Right, that would come off his hip, so it was like braced. And Matt was kind enough to say hi, and it was nice to meet him. And he came by, and we played Sedition Wars with him, so that was great fun. So it was good.
It was awesome, because Matt has been out there since the very beginning, since we started podcasting, and we've tried to meet up, and we've always missed each other. And he's a police officer in the city, as we say in America. There's only one, the city. And it was awesome. So thanks to him and everybody, all those people around the world who have those jobs in particular. But thanks to him in particular, it was awesome finally getting a chance to meet him. And putting a voice to a Long Island native that fit precisely with what I thought it would sound like.
Yes, exactly. And thanks to all of our listeners at TempleCon who came up and said hi. It's always great to meet you guys in person, and it always makes us, it's very humbling and gratifying to know you guys are out there listening to the show and enjoying the show. So we really appreciate you taking the time to come to our big Dystopian Wars event. That was fun too. So thanks again to everyone that came down.
And of course, that means that was achievements.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
And, Craig and I have been talking about Lone Wolf Development forever. They're one of our earliest sponsors. We love those guys. We love Hero Lab. We love Army Builder. And we love what they're doing with RealmWorks. RealmWorks is getting closer, people. It's almost a reality. It's almost at the door. They've got it all built out. There's a great beta version going on right now. But in addition to that, you got to check out the Kickstarter. Go to Kickstarter.com and search for RealmWorks, like Realm is in the world you create in Dungeons & Dragons, plus the works. And it's going to take care of it for you. It is, as Craig and I have talked about before, we just had a nice interview with Colin from Lone Wolf Development a couple episodes ago. Yep. Talked about this really, really cool product. It is really, really fascinating. It's a great idea. The stuff they're doing now with the Kickstarter is just going to add so much more layers to it. It's going to add some really great cloud services so the system can be totally online all the time. So when you're doing your world, it's immediately backed up and saved. So your players can go in through the web browser and see what they discovered last session. They can see exactly what they did. They can catch up. Let's say they're between sessions and, they just want to kind of keep their foot in the world and kind of be thinking about what the character's going to do next. They can go in and see, oh, yeah, that's right. We did discover that guy's name was Bob, and he was the head of the Assassin's Guild. I forgot about that, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. This is the project, the program for keeping track of all of your details and your characters and your places and everything else. And someone asked me on an email, and I'm going to talk about it right now. What other things do I think Realmworks would be awesome for? I think it would be awesome for novelists who are creating worlds and want to make sure they keep everything up to date and track of where everything is. I also think it would be great for game designers and for campaigns, like a war game campaign.
Oh yeah, right, exactly.
It's going to track everything you need.
It totally is. It's just really, really cool, and you can't really appreciate it till you see it in action. But just the automatic linking, think of it as a wiki on steroids, without having to know anything about any kind of code or anything else. It just automatically works for you.
And then your wiki for you.
It does everything. It's amazing. So check out wolflair.com and then go over to Kickstarter and search for Realmworks. You will not be sorry. And now, what's in the news? With the shout-out, Zombie Plague, a cutthroat card game of prepping for and trying to survive the apocalypse from Old Glory Publishing on Kickstarter.com now. And now the news. Big news from Privateer Press at the start of TempleCon. There was a big announcement videos released by Privateer Press, both live at the con and also simultaneously on the interwebs. 3 major announcements from our friends at Privateer Press. Up first, High Command, a deck-building card game taking place in the War Machines and Horde universe. That's the Iron Kingdoms, for those out there not in the know. The claim to fame of this deck-building game is that each market, instead of being one giant shared market, each market will be faction-specific, so that players playing the Trollblood faction of cards will have a different market than players playing Khador, for example. Sounds interesting. Also from Privateer Press, Level 7 Omega. This is a whole new Level 7 board game taking place in the same universe, this time with the miniatures. Hello, about time. Also, in addition to the miniatures, the other interesting mechanics in this game include the addition of well, they're not calling it an overlord, but basically a single player who controls the baddies, while the rest of the players all control one hero each. Very similar to Descent, but with a sci-fi theme. That sounds pretty interesting as well. Head over to privateerpress.com and check that video out also. And finally, they announced the new War Machine faction, basically Renaissance-era robots. Looks pretty darn cool. Check that out as well. So head over to Privateer Press for all that information. How about this? Renaissance robots kind of sounds what old is new. How about this for what old is what's new? Warzone is returning. Not much information yet, but if you go to warzonegame.com, you'll see there's a countdown timer for Warzone Resurrection. Trying to bring the old game back. If you like it, check it out. Oh, and I think we mentioned Descent earlier, and Fantasy Flight Games announced a new Descent expansion. The brand new expansion brings out a whole new campaign. The new campaign features a whole new campaign for players to go through, as well as new heroes, new monsters, and a whole new Overlord evil deck, as well as companions and sidekicks that can join the heroes, but also can be turned to darkness by the Overlord. Sounds pretty interesting. We talked with Mr. Priestley here earlier this episode, or we will be talking to him more this episode about Beyond the Gates of Antares. Well, their Kickstarter just put their rulebook up. So if you want to see the actual sort of the alpha version of the rulebook in PDF format, go on over to, let's go to the Kickstarter and look for Gates of Antares or Rick Priestley, and you'll find it there. And speaking of Kickstarter, well, remember how the government issued that little statement the other day, not too long ago, that they could not... the U.S. government should not build a Death Star, officially said that. Well, not to be stopped by this statement, the Kickstarter, it looks like a joke, Kickstarter has been started to kickstart the Death Star. Indeed. And if you're a little worried about that, well, first you can check that out. Go to Kickstarter.com and search for Open Source Death Star to help out with that project, maybe back that baby. Now, if you're concerned that maybe, the Death Star is too powerful for any one person to control, not a problem. Also just launched this week another Kickstarter to build your own X-Wing Rogue Squadron. So, if you get that going, you can stop the Death Star. Not a problem. Although, I was really hoping for the stretch goal on the Death Star to cover the exhaust port. I thought that'd be kind of a good call. Zombie Side news. This is pretty exciting. Zombie Side, the folks over there have announced 2 new expansions, box expansions coming out for Zombie Side. One is called, they are called Toxic City Mall, fighting in the mall, of course. And then, of course, there's also Jailbreak. 2 great scenarios that are really interesting. And also, they're introducing zombie survivors. So now your survivor can get turned into a zombie, but he still fights for the good fight and has all kinds of cool zombie powers as well. So if you're into Zombie Side, I want to check that out. I got more videos. What's that, Wakeland? What else news can we have? I was done here. I got through all my stories. I'm ready to go to bed. No, you got to check this out. What, is it really important? Oh my God, shoot. Okay, let's see here. Gale Force 9. Yeah, okay, we know Gale Force 9. They make the great, miniature bits. They also made that great board game Spartacus this past fall. People said about. They're making a Firefly board game? What? Yeah, check it out. A Firefly board game. I'm going to read the full press release. I'm so excited. A Firefly. Where's my brown coat? Him in my brown coat, Wakeland. It's right here. It's right here. Okay. I'm on it. Okay. Here we go. In Firefly, the game, players captain their own Firefly-class transport. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. Traveling the verse with a hand-picked crew of fighters, mechanics, and other travelers. As captain desperate for work, players are compelled to take any job as long as it pays. Double-dealing employers, heavy-handed alliance patrols, and marauding reavers are all in a day's work for the ship. I'm getting giddy. For the ship captain on the edge of the verse. Firefly, the game, is a high-end thematic tabletop board game from Gale Force 9. It'll be the first in a series of tabletop board games, tabletop hobby board games and miniature games from Gale Force 9 set in the Firefly universe. Ooh. Wakeland, get on the horn. You gotta get the guys in the show. How about it? All right, great. And that's what's in the news.
This is the D6 Generation Podcast. More fun than Merchant of Venus. Wait, what? Who writes this? That's impossible.
Hey, D6 Generation. I'm just calling to let you know my gamer's resolution. I've been playing Warhammer 40,000 for about 12 years, and I still do not have a 1,500-point army fully painted. So, having aired out my dirty laundry, my gamer's resolution this year is to fully paint a 1,500-point army. My name is Jordan.
Hey, D6G guys, I'd like to give you my resolution. It kind of copies what you guys were saying about culling the herd and getting down to a manageable level, but I'd also like to get my game room set up and in order. So that's the plan. We'll see how it plays out. As an aside, I'd like to build a miniatures table, but that would entail me having to clean out the garage, and that probably definitely ain't going to happen. Anyway, this is Todd from Aiken, South Carolina. Talk to you later. Bye.
Hi, D6 Generation. This is Eric Herman. I have 2 gaming resolutions for 2013. If you need to edit them down to 1, I'll try to make that easy for you. I would like to prototype and play test a game design I've been working on for like 3 or 4 years. Theoretically, I feel like it's where I want it to be, but I'm kind of lazy when it comes to actually creating 100 different cards. So I just need to make the effort and actually do that. And I would like to play an RPG with my girls. They're 8 and 10, I think the same ages as Russ's kids. And they're very creative, imaginative. They're always making up stories and plays and things like that. We play board games all the time, but I think, we'd like to try an RPG. I'm kind of looking at Mouse Guard and Hollow Earth Expedition. We're a big Indiana Jones fan, so I think that might be a good fit. If you guys have suggestions for RPGs that work well with, kids of that age or families in general, I'd love to hear it. Great show. Thanks.
Hey, Eric. Russ here. Just had to jump in here with a suggestion for you. Your girls sound like they're ripe to try out RPGs. I highly recommend Fairy's Tale. That was the first RPG I tried with my girls. It's a great little, very simple RPG game. It's available on Drive-Thru RPG for, $10, maybe $15 as a PDF. Great game. Lets you roll up a fairy character, either a sprite or a fairy, and have a great time. If your girls are into the Disney fairies or anything like that, like my girls are, it'll be sure to be a hit. Have fun.
Hey guys, this is Matthew McFarland, and most of the games I own, and there are quite a few of them, can be played solo, and that's due to me living a little bit out of the way from the main city. So this year, my resolution is to find an actual game group, or at least a couple people that live nearby, so I can actually play board games and have some real interaction with people other than just myself. Thanks. Really enjoyed the show.
Hi guys, this is Stefan Rotschuh calling from Germany, also known as the Singing German. I'm not going to sing this time, but I just wanted to let you know my New Year's gaming resolution, which is not very creative, but, here it is. I have resolved to buy far fewer games than I usually do, and to play more of the games that I already own and love. So, that's it. thanks for running the contest and for making a great show. Talk to you later. Bye.
This is Josh Wheeler calling after listening to the episode recorded on January 2nd with my New Year's resolution. My resolution is to not purchase any more Hordes or War Machine models until I have finished painting all the figures I own, except for one, obviously, so that I can live forever, as I learned in that episode. That's my resolution. Thanks, you guys, for the show. Always enjoy it, and hope that you will soon take over the Dice Tower Network and make it the D6 Network. Thanks.
Hey, D6G. This is Jimmy, a.k.a. Titaniumator on Twitter and Board Game Geek. My gaming resolution for 2013 is to get my board game collection up to the silver collector status, get my micro badge, and then hold my first Board Game Geek auction to cull the games that I have been collecting. Thanks a lot, guys. Bye.
Hey guys, this is Tom in Pottsville, California. My New Year's resolution for gaming is to finally finish my Malifaux Star terrain project so I can actually see some combat surrounded by showgirls. Hey, thank you very much. I hope you're all well. Bye.
Hey, Russ. My name's Chris Basco from Texas, and I wanted to read my New Year's resolution. I've actually got about 5 I'd like to give you. First of all, get my gaming group to play a full game of the Game of Thrones board game. I begged them and pleaded to actually try and get one done, but they always say it takes too long. Second thing is to create a campaign setting. I've constantly tried to work on one, but can't seem to ever get one to fruition that I'm actually happy with. The next one is to actually have my own small con, and it's going to be called VastCon. And my last and hopefully actually my most important one I'm hoping to do is make it to Gen Con this year. I moved from Ohio to Texas several years ago, and this will be the first time that I'll get to go back and see several of my friends that I haven't seen in about 7 years. So that's it. And thank you guys for your time and for putting out such a great podcast. Have a great night.
You in the market for deeper D6G intel? There's only one place to go for your contact in the off weeks. What you seek is located somewhere in the lost chapters. Go to the d6generation.com for further instructions.
Hey guys, welcome back, and of course you know that I'm excited, and you know why I'm excited.
I'm excited too.
And Russ is excited too. I should say we are excited. Clearly, you can't expect us to be quite as eloquent as we normally are, so please, we apologize ahead of time. We have with us, of course, today, one of the godfathers of miniature wargaming in the world, Rick Priestley. Rick, welcome to the show.
Hi guys, it's really great to be here.
And Rick, we have a tradition. We have to ask you this question. It's a little awkward given the circumstances, but Rick Priestley, are you now or have you ever been a gamer?
Have I ever been a gamer?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I have, probably. Yes, almost certainly, in fact. Yeah.
What got you started? What was sort of the first games that got you into this sort of crazy hobby?
Or a real proper, well, I mean, apart from all the sort of games you have as kids and things like that, but I think I took it with tabletop wargaming. Somebody offered me a tabletop wargame, I think. When was it? I was about 11. So, it was my first year of our secondary school in England. I'd be 11 years old, and I think we discovered a game based on World War II. A World War II war game. And we played with all the, the ethics and the plastic 20 mil, 1/72 scale stuff. All that kind of thing. But it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's not fair for you to ask me about that. My mind back.
Now, Rick, could you tell us just a little bit about how you got into game design, and then we don't want to spend all of the time that we have with you talking about Games Workshop and whatnot, but but I'm sure our listeners would love to know how that happened too. So how did you? What was your first work with game design with Games Workshop, or did it start elsewhere?
Yeah, no, it started well before Games Workshop, really. I guess on an amateur level, I'd always done it. It was just part and parcel of gaming in way back in the 1970s. When music was good and all that. And so we just did, and me and a few friends, including Richard Halliwell, who co-wrote Warhammer, the first Warhammer with me. We just made up games, we played games, invented stuff, and in those days there was no such thing as science fiction or fantasy gaming, really. But we'd all read Lord of the Rings. Again, it was the 1970s, remember? Frodo lived and all that. And we really wanted to game Lord of the Rings. And so we started collecting historical models and converting them up and making our own rules up. And it gives us, a real spur to do that. So that's kind of how it all started. But we started publishing, this is Richard Halliwell and I, we started publishing together when we were at school.
Wow.
Standards weren't very good in those days. Have you ever seen a first edition of D&D?
Right.
Yes.
You know what I mean, then?
Yep.
Yeah. Fairly rudimentary. But that was D&D was considered very highly professionally done at the time.
Right.
But we produced our own set of rules for fantasy wargaming. They were called Reaper, and they were published in Nottingham by a local company here called Tabletop Games.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then we went on and we wrote a science fiction game called Combat 3000, which I think was published before I went to college, so I'd be about 19.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
So I did start quite early, and both Hal and I, Richard Halliwell, that is, and I, we'd already had magazine articles published as well. So, yeah, so we started quite early, really.
So prodigies right off the bat.
There you go.
Yeah, but no one thought, it's not as if there was such a thing as a games designer in those days. The idea of actually being a games designer for a living was just ridiculous. It was not a serious thing.
So how did you decide? When did you decide? Okay, I'm gonna try and make a living at this.
Well, I didn't really. It kind of got thrust upon me a bit. I started out after I left college, I started out as a figure designer, and I was designing figures for Tabletop Games in Nottingham.
Okay.
And Asgard Games in Nottingham. And then I started doing a few pieces for Citadel, who were based in Newark. Newark's just down the road from Nottingham.
Right.
So I actually started out as a figure designer, really.
Really?
And it wasn't very good. I should hasten to add, I wouldn't make any claim to that. But then nobody was in the 90s. It didn't have to be all that good. But you had to work quite hard. It was, you have to make about 3 figures a day.
Wow.
Wow.
To make a living, yeah. Not like these days. Nowadays, your figure sculptor comes along and says, I want about $800 to do that figure. You go, what?
But you're not bitter.
And they take days and days if you're lucky.
Yeah. Well, anyway, as I couldn't afford to eat, a chap I knew called Brian Anderson. Brian used to run a company called Asgard in Nottingham, and I knew him involved. He helped us publish our first book, and I'd make models for him before. Then I was making models for him in the very early days of Citadel. And he wanted someone to come in and run his mail order. And what he'd do is he'd phone me up and get me to come in and just do part-time work. And the part-time work earned a lot more money than designing figures. So
Wow.
In the end, he kept offering me a job, and I kept turning him down. And in the end, he just wore me down. I said, okay, I'll do it. So I turned up, and I was basically the mail order department. My job was putting all the figures in the boxes and sending them out to people, and booking in all the orders. Because everything was by post in those days. Yeah.
Right.
Occasionally a phone would ring. Somebody, very wealthy person, no doubt, had a phone. Actually, phone an order through. But on the whole, that didn't happen. It was all done by the post. So there's a lot of actual manual bookkeeping and messing around. And that's kind of how I started. Well, one of the things I had to do, as being the entire mail order department, was get all of the advertising done. So flyers and offers and things like that. So it's a little bit of publication as well. Which we did more or less with a typewriter and an artist friend of ours who just joined, Tony Ackerman. And he drew all of the models. We couldn't afford to photograph them.
Wow. That's really neat.
Rick, when you were hesitant to go into the mail order, did you feel like you were kind of like leaving a dream behind when you were leaving the? Like, was it a step in the? Did you feel it was a step in the wrong direction? Is that why you were hesitant?
I felt that I was leaving extreme poverty behind.
That's good. It doesn't explain the hesitation, but it's good.
I really wanted to be. I was thinking of starting my own company up. I was halfway through making my own casting machine after an old washing machine.
Oh, well.
I think this stressed Brian quite a lot. They're probably more than necessary, to be honest. My chances of ever getting any further with it were fairly without electrocuting myself. Were fairly good. And that sort of thing. So I was never the most practically minded person. People, if the truth be known. So that would never have happened really. But I was kind of wanting to do that. And maybe I'll do it again. Who knows?
Hey,
you never know.
now you got a barn. Oh no, you live in a barn. You've got a stable.
Yeah, barn. Cow shed, really.
Right.
We don't share it with the cows anymore, but we've got a stable.
And then, so from there, how do you go from working with the typewriter to doing the publicity and everything, and working with the mail order, to creating what is undeniably or working with the creation of what is undeniably the juggernaut of the miniatures gaming world today?
Well, Warhammer. Well, the secret was the typewriter. We had the technology, and also the artist, Tony Ackerman. And a good deal of toy soldiers, because Citadel already had a big range. So, so young Brian, he was not terribly old, he was a couple of years older than me, and bearing in mind we would be 22. So he wandered over and said, what we need to do is stop people buying these, one a figure of this and one of that to play D&D with, wasting our time. What we need to do is get them to buy 30 figures, making these into armies. What we'll do...
So it was a marketing scheme. The whole thing was a marketing scheme.
Shamelessly. What we'll do is we'll create a game, and you can knock it up, because we know you knocked up this game, because I'd already written the game. And you can knock it up in your spare time. and we can print it and give it away free to our mail order customers. Good idea, Brian. Okay, that's it. In my spare time, you say. Yeah. Just think what fun you'll have. So anyway, myself and Richard Halliwell, who was he was also working at Citadel occasionally, on and off, as a mould maker, mould cutter. Very clever chap, Richard. What you have to bear in mind is we were all hippies. So Hal used to come in, and he'd cut moulds all day like a frenzied madman on some sort of drug. Because he was. He earned quite a lot of money because he could cut more moulds in one day than was humanly possible. And then he'd get a bit of cash together, and then he'd go on motorcycle trips of South America. All my South America appealed to him, I can't imagine. He did. And India, Africa. Wow. And then he'd run out of money and managed to get back to England somehow and do it all again. And that was Richard Halliwell. And he along the way co-wrote Warhammer, co-wrote the Warhammer role-play game with me. And then he wrote Space Hulk. That's probably the most famous thing he did. He also did Dark Future and a few other games for Games Workshop. A lot of board games, actually.
Yeah.
But anyway, me and Hal got together, knocked up Warhammer.
In your spare time?
Right. In spare time. And I remember playing it in some of his mates' flats in Nottingham. That was a fairly sticky carpet experience, I can tell you. Yeah. And, all very odd. And I kind of produced it, I had to change a lot of the background, take out all of the really dangerous stuff that no children ought to be exposed to. Yeah, quite a lot of that. And we published it, and that was the first Warhammer.
Nice. And the rest, as they say, is history, pretty much.
Yeah, it did quite well.
Yeah, and so it just exploded into there. And so over the years, as we mentioned in the beginning of the show, you were involved obviously in Warhammer and of course 40K and
one of Russ's favorites, War
Master, which was absolutely one of my favorites.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
And some other great games. And then you'd also been involved. Did you do Black Powder also in Bolt Action?
Yeah, Bolt Action really designed by Alessio Cavatore.
Right.
It was actually underway when I left Games Workshop. So I then went to my friend John, who runs Warlord Games, who used to work at Games Workshop with me. In fact, I hired him to do the mail order when I was trying to escape from the mail. The only way I could get out was by hiring someone else, so I hired John.
So really, the one way that you can catapult yourself to gaming stardom is go to Games Workshop and run the mail order.
Yeah, that was yeah. Well, John became our sales director, so.
See, there you go.
I always say, if you want to be a games designer, if you want to be a really, really good games designer, just be crap at doing something else. Because if you're good at doing something else, that's what you do. I was really crap at many things. I went to college and studied archaeology, and I discovered I really, really hated the outdoors. Especially the outdoors in England when it's raining, which is most of the time.
Right.
So the archaeology began to get a little bit damp and miserable, and thought, no, this is no way to earn. I was also very poorly paid.
Right.
I was living in a tent when I joined Games Workshop.
Wow.
That's
See, kids, this is not an easy life career right here. This is not an easy life choice.
not easy.
So,
yeah.
Well, so now you're beyond living in a tent, and you're even beyond Game Workshop. So let's start talking about Beyond the Gates of Antares. See how I did that there? Oh.
Yeah, very nice.
So as I look at, Rick, one of the first things I think which is interesting about this is I noticed that the Kickstarter is prominently being run by Dark Space Corp. Is this a new entity you guys have started up, or what's this deal with that?
It's a new startup company, and it's called Dark Space Corp because that's the only name we could all agree we didn't hate. I wanted to call it Pink Elephant Limited. I wouldn't go for that. And in the end, we ended up with Dark Space Corp. I still like Pink Elephants.
Right.
Pink Elephant games would be really cool. You could do a really good logo.
No one would forget it.
You wouldn't forget it.
Exactly. So it was genius, I think. No. So we settled on Dark Space Corp. It's a joint venture company with Warlord Games, of which I am a co-owner, and a chap called Rick Alexander, who is someone I know from my days at Games Workshop, helping with the
Mailhammer
project. Yeah, no, it wasn't mail order. Actually, once you get to a certain state of the Games Workshop, they don't let you do things that are important. You get promoted to positions of impotence.
That explains a lot.
Several times, they get promoted beyond the point where I could possibly do anything.
Right.
Safeguard the interest of the company. And they decided to hive me off, helping with this new Warhammer Online project. That's basically a multiplayer role-play game.
Oh, yes, I played that for a bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the one that came out wasn't the one we designed.
Oh.
What we designed got pulled after we'd wasted £6 million on it.
Oh.
It's sad that, so which I don't think people were entirely pleased. But hey, there you go. I don't know why they asked me to help with it, given that I don't play massively multiplayer role-playing games, and playing any kind of first-person view game gives me severe motion sickness. I couldn't actually play this game that we were designing, or look at a screen for more than about 5 minutes. And even today, I can't play these games. My wife plays EverQuest and has for years.
Oh, yeah.
But I had a bit of a go, and it just made me really quite sick. And now I can't hear the theme music for EverQuest without feeling sick.
Oh. Ouch.
Severe nausea and all that. Anyway, during this process, which included much vomiting and arguing about really well, called MotoGP.
Oh, yes.
He's the chief kind of guy behind that.
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
And but we got on, and when I left Games Workshop, we met up. We talked about doing a few projects together. And then he has a company that produces mostly app-based games, a freemium model called Antares. And I just was in the pub with him one day, as you do, and he floated this idea of doing a Kickstarter. And I said, "What's one of them then?" I feel, explained what a Kickstarter was, and I go, "What? People
throw money at you? What?
Just throw money at you? That's great.
That's brilliant."
Turns out be less simple than that. But that's just how we started. So
Great.
yeah, we founded this company specifically to do the Kickstarter.
Nice. So it's a new adventure. Great. So let's start talking about the universe itself. So in the videos it talks about it's obviously this initial game you guys are working on, Beyond the Gates of Antares. It's sci-fi, and you talk a bit about it being hard sci-fi. Can you kind of describe what that's about?
I think that's a bit of an overstatement. What I wanted to do was make sure that people didn't think I was doing 40k again.
Okay.
It's probably fairer to describe it as space opera.
Okay.
Rather than sci-fi. It's intended to be credible science. It's not intended to be a kind of demons and bugaboo universe, which 40k is. I think because people associate me with all that kind of mumbo jumbo nonsense, mysticism and madness, ley lines in space and all that. I think I wanted just to do something that was different in concept. Mostly because I've done all that.
Right.
The 40k universe has a very strong mystical flavour, and I deliberately wove that into it. So there's a lot of, there's a lot of real reference to, I wouldn't say black magic, but kind of magic and mysticism, in 40k.
Right.
And you pick up on that very easily if you just look at sort of the names they use and things.
Right.
It came out of that sort of feel. And at the time, that was quite unusual. That was very original. I say very original. That was original.
Right.
And nothing's not a pedant, but it was very successful to the point where you got trapped inside it. You couldn't do anything else. So the 40k universe is still very much, the powerhouse behind Games Workshop. And it's the universe I created. It's been much elaborated by other people.
Right.
And I wouldn't claim to have done it on my own by any means. But the seeds of it were what I created. And you can't go back and literally do that again.
Right.
You can do something that parallels it. And that's what I was trying to do with Beyond Gates of Antares. I was trying to create another big universe, another idea that's as big as 40k.
Right.
And that had many of the same commercial levers in it. So it's a universe that can be anything. It's got the potential to be anything. So in fact, the 40k universe, although it's got potential to be anything, because of the way it's been developed, has actually shrunk. It started out as a galaxy with 1 million worlds.
Right.
But because of the way Games Workshop promotes it, it's really become a small universe where the space wolves can be in one place 1 minute and the next minute they're across the other side of the galaxy. There's no sense of time or distance in 40k anymore.
So this is getting back to sort of that idea that there's this massive universe, there's unknown elements, and it's space opera in that it's realistic science, but at the same time it's not all humans, right? There's going to be crazy aliens and over the top technology and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I figured out that what I'll do is create a world where most of the alien type races were in fact humans who had evolved or been deliberately bioengineered into other forms. So although we call them panhumans or pans,
right?
And the first ones are up on our website. Actually, we've made the first of our panhumans. It's called a boromite.
Yeah.
And a Mike is a mining specialist. So these are guys who have actually been genetically engineered to be able to survive hostile, possibly very, very low atmosphere, very low gravity worlds. And they don't look human in the sense in which they look quite monstrous. But they've still got a head, 2 arms, 2 legs, 5 fingers, that sort of thing. They are human in that sense.
Right.
Now, in anyone else's science fiction universe, in 40k, those would be aliens.
Right.
Eldar are aliens, and I would say squats are aliens, but they're not anymore, sadly.
Right.
They are to me. They are to me, Rick.
What else do we have? You got your rattlings and your ogrins, and
Right.
so on. And they're all human-looking. That's right.
The humanoid, yeah.
Yeah, they're all humanoid, and I think all I was really trying to do was create a credible basis for having humanoid type of creatures. And the aliens I really would like to do the aliens as aliens.
Yeah.
I've got a bit of a fight on my hands. I think a lot of the other people involved in the project are a little bit more conventional. But I'd really like to do the aliens as something that couldn't be a man in a rubber suit.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So like 3 arms, 3 legs.
So you mentioned, that's a good segue, because you mentioned you have a fight on your hands, and yet one of the big sort of taglines of this adventure, it seems to me from this, is the players are going to be able to, or the backers are going to be able to help design the game in some way, or they're going to have influence on what happens. So what's the vision behind that, and how is that going to impact? And if enough backers write in and say, yes, Rick, we want crazy aliens that have no arms and no legs or whatever, will that make it happen more?
Yeah, probably would. Yeah, you do keep a bit of a weather eye on what people are enthusiastic about,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't make something you can't make.
Right.
I think when players or when gamers hit you with ideas for aliens, you go, yeah, that won't fit in a mold. Or like, what are the ideas they had for aliens at Games Workshop? You'd think they would know better. This was by one of their concept artists. Was a magnetic creature that was made of pure magnetism.
Yeah.
And it consisted entirely of metal plates floating on the outside of its body. So it was completely hollow inside. You go, how are you going to make that as a toy? I mean,
It's a cool idea, though.
It's cool.
It's a cool concept, but it's a toy soldier, I think.
No.
If you could find a way of making that, that would be cool. Another one they came up with was creatures that lived entirely inside metal eggs. So all you ever saw were these eggs. It was like a Kinder egg. Yes, exactly.
A Kinder egg.
That would be very easy to paint up, though. Unless you were taking the Easter faction.
The Kinder Egg Army. Yeah, you can think of all the paint styles.
So, you have to take these things with a pinch of salt.
Right. So what is the way, you talked about making the game you want on the Kickstarter. What is your vision for how that's going to work? How are backers going to interact with the designers and help make the game, everyone's game, if you will?
Well, I mean, really, it's an opportunity for people to be, on one level, very early play testers.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm looking for is not necessarily people to hit me with really cool ideas about playing games or aliens. Although I'm very happy to have those. What I'm really hoping for is some hard, grinding work for free.
Right.
Tell you what, playtesting is hard work.
Yeah.
I think people don't always appreciate that. But what I'm doing is inviting people to partake of that experience
Right.
in a quite professional level. And I'd really like us to get organised on that. I can't get organised on it until I've got a basic game work through.
Right.
Now, to some extent, I've had lots of ideas and I've had lots of board contributions from the community already, which I have worked into the game. And they tend to be ideas that are based on, they're observations really, that are based on how the game was presented or panning out. So some of the names for things, I kind of got a little bit confused. So it was easy to confuse one stat with another.
Right.
Or process with another. People just observed it and I went, yeah, you're dead right, I'll change. So to some extent, they're already influencing the design. I played a game the other day and one of the guys I was playing with said, I think the ranges could come to be shorter, So I thought, you might be right. So I changed all the ranges, made them a bit shorter. And that's the version that we put out as our initial playtest version. And all the guys came back to me and said, we think the ranges are too short. And I went back and thought, you know what? You're right. You were right in the first place.
Well, one man's trash. Right.
There is that fact, but
Go ahead.
Really
Go ahead.
very useful is going to be one actually a set of rules, and then people can start to actually have real input on a stat by stat level. Is this right? Is this the right number? Is this the balance? The balance is the real thing you can only do with large numbers of people. But when it comes to cool ideas for mechanics, cool ideas for aliens, I'm as open-minded as anybody. I'm notorious for open-minded, in fact. I think the worst thing a games designer can be is stubborn.
Yeah.
Many games designers who are stubborn. Doesn't work. They tend to be stubborn about are often the things that you really need not to be stubborn.
Yeah.
To murder your darling, for instance.
Murder your darlings.
Yeah.
Murder your darling.
Well, that's
who said that? I would tell you.
That's one of my favorite concepts that I've ever seen you elaborate on. I think I read Did you write an editorial?
I might have done.
About Murder Your Darlings in Wargame Soldiers and Strategy magazine. See, Jasper, I told you I'd fit it in.
And, it's actually quite a famous quote. It might be Hemingway. Murder your darlings or kill your darlings. One of those things.
Yeah, I think it might, because I looked into it after I saw it, and I think it's a great idea. And I have, working with other companies and their games designers, I have actually tried to get them to see the benefit of that. And you're right. It's very difficult when you come up against a stubborn person and you're saying, like, the more committed you are to this one little thing, the more you really need to look at it. Because you may be keeping it just because you love it, and it may not be what you think it is.
Yeah. Games designers get mesmerized by patterns. Well, we all do. Human beings get mesmerized by patterns.
Absolutely.
Right.
Games designers are the worst for it. And the problem is, you see a pattern, and immediately it takes over your mind, and you don't see things that aren't the pattern. And things that don't fit in the pattern suddenly are a problem. That's the worst state of mind to be in, but it's absolutely typical of game design. It can be typical of management sometimes as well. Yeah. You get an idea of how you're going to run something or how something's going to work, and you see it in business. People are just obsessed with a system, something that's been worked out. It often looks good on paper, often doesn't work in practice. You have to be light on your feet. Murder Your Darling. And I think having lots of people behind this project as backers is certainly a way of keeping you honest.
Yeah. That's great. Well, speaking of patterns, what about, I want to ask some general sort of feel for the game. What are you looking at for, what type of miniatures game is this going to be in terms of like scale? Are you looking at 28 millimeter, and are you looking at like a skirmish game where, what typical model count you thinking on the table?
About 40 or 50.
Okay.
Really, the model for it is, I'd say, something like, many of your listeners won't know what I'm talking about because it's so long ago. The game played perhaps closest to something like second edition of 40K.
Okay.
Where, you had about 40 or 50 models on the table, one or two tanks or vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the switch. It actually goes down a scale very easily to about half that.
Okay.
I don't know about upscale. We've tried it with about 100, and it worked fine, but it definitely works at the moment. The sweet spot is 40 or 50 models.
Okay.
So
That's
usually about 6 or 8 units.
That's a nice size. So basically, you can play bigger, but it may get bogged down a little bit when you get to high model counts. But you're looking at.
We're finished because we'll address that. We'll sort it out.
Okay.
And there are ways of doing that. I want it to be expanded
Great.
as well as drinkable.
Right. That's great. Now, another thing that intrigued me on the Kickstarter page when I was looking at it was this idea of the dynamic gaming universe. And it looks like you guys are working very hard to have sort of a universe that expands and also changes, but that every battle sort of influences the universe. Can you describe how that's going to work?
Yeah. We hope it'll work. It's really big online campaign system, but rather than just a one-off, all the campaigns are interrelated.
Mm-hmm.
And it really comes from the... Well, one of the things I found very frustrating about working at Games Workshop was that, largely thanks to me, all the backgrounds were absolutely fixed. They were iconic.
Right.
And the reason was the format of the books. And the reason for that is simply that we started publishing those books in the early 1990s, the Space Marine Codexes and Warhammer Army books, which became the backgrounds. They were all done in the early 90s, so there was no online element to it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
So they were all fixed. And because Games Workshop simply reproduced that every so often, you can't do anything in terms of the background, except when you have a really major rewrite of either a game or a book. You can't change, because all the books are interrelated, the backgrounds are interrelated. You can't change the background in 40K without writing off all the stock. And it's not all the stock in English, it's all the stock in every language you print it.
Right.
And what happened traditionally was that you always had thousands and thousands in English and tens of thousands in Italian. Because the Italians would print the minimum print run of whatever it was and then sell one. It was a real problem for us. And in the end, it became impossible to actually change anything. So what I've done with this is, right from the beginning, is build it I called it dynamic, but it's to be something that's a living universe that can change all the time. And having an online campaign is part of that. Because what it does is it enables you to then feed information from those campaigns into your modelling schedules and into your production schedules. So you can then make things specifically because a campaign has gone a certain way.
Oh, wow. So actually future releases will be based on how campaigns go.
Yes, steered by it.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Although the campaign's always going to work within a broad story arc.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the world's going to be, or the universe is going to be brought to a sudden end because somebody's won a war game. I don't think that's going to work. The broad story arc, which will be under our control, really.
Right.
But within that story arc, the players have all the options of how they're going to play it. So each faction makes decisions about where it lands on a world, say, get to attack a world, it's going to be a campaign over a world. And then you fight your way up a series of a kind of tiered battle trees.
Mm-hmm.
Within each tier, you fight to control certain zones. And as control of those zones passes into one faction or another, they get sub-bonuses. And those bonuses will be real gaming bonuses, but they'll probably only apply to that campaign.
Right.
For example, if you've captured a spy or an information center or something that's going to tell you more about the planet itself you're fighting over, you might then find out where in the next tier something you're looking for is, let's say a technological research center. You might find out where it is, whereas the other factions won't necessarily know. And that will give you an advantage into the next tier. So some of it will be within the campaign. And other parts of it will be advancing tech trees, because we're going to have a tech tree system. A bit like games like Civilization or all those other RTS games where you pursue tech trees. And we're going to have something like that. And as you capture certain nodes within the campaign,
Oh, cool.
you'll get tech tree bonuses. So a campaign might actually not enable you to suddenly discover faster than light drive, which doesn't exist in this universe. But you might be just a little bit further along to improving your particular place, for example. Yeah.
So let me just see if I'm understanding this right. So basically, if there's a campaign going on and the faction that I have chosen to play does really well in one particular area, let's say we get all the technology we need to kind of get a better, infantry weapon, that might unlock a production run of a guy who's got a better gun. Where if Craig's faction did better on, maybe faster vehicles, he might get a production run of some kind of like motorcycle or something. Is that sort of?
Yeah, you could do it. Some of it will work like that.
Yeah.
But because of every single advance will be something that gives you a gun or a piece of kit.
Right.
Because it'll be anarchy.
Right.
Like, 10 new guns a week.
Right.
So a lot of it will be progressive tech trees that would advance you towards discovering a weapon.
Towards a major unlock, like wow, we got a new troop type because after 6 months of doing all this great stuff, we got a new troop type kind of thing.
Yeah, it would be quite a big thing. Having a new type of weapon would be quite a big thing.
Right.
But marginally improving your ability to get to a location more quickly, let's say an improved space drive, would mean in the next campaign or in other campaigns, because there are lots going on at the same time. When you come to go to the next tier, your faction might already have an advantage because it got there first.
Right.
So some of the advantages are internal to the campaign.
Neat.
And some of them would, as you say, be part of driving towards new gear or new vehicles and actual new kit, or even things which are not visible but would still count. Like an energy field. A lot of the armour in this world is energy field based. Wow. So you don't necessarily need to represent that.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that sounds almost like an MMO online. That you're basically playing miniatures games, and then there's an element of it that's online where game is living in both spaces at the same time.
Yeah, that's kind of it. And the actual campaigns. I say campaigns because most people are familiar with how those work. But some of them will be. They're in real time, so they're only up for as long as it takes them to play, and in some cases they'll be time limited. So one of them could be simply a raid. There's going to be a raid on, say, a research station on an because somebody discovered something. For goodness sake, we've all got to get there quick because we don't want our enemy to get beaten. Yeah. So it'll be a raid. It will happen over 2 days.
Wow.
All the results have to go in over 2 days, and then you get a decision. On game like that.
Now, the other thing I noticed about it, Rick, was there seems to be a social media metagame tie-in on this thing. So it looked like to me that the idea behind the system is that it's going to monitor social websites like Twitter, and if a certain number of hashtags start flying by related to a particular faction, that it would sort of show it as alerts, like, oh, look out, there's a lot of games, a lot of battles are being engaged for this faction. Am I reading that right? Is that how it's going to work?
Yeah, well, yes, that's right. What I'm trying to do really is create something on a worldwide scale that a wargames club might typically do.
Right.
All of that kind of interaction. You need the social media in order to be able to communicate with people and tell them what's going on.
Right.
You can also form factions for guilds. Is that the right word?
Guilds, yeah, sure, yeah.
You have guilds in a multiplayer role-playing game where you can form guilds within this game too. And individuals can then contribute towards that guild status, and the guild status would actually feed into that social media, which is all quite interesting, I think. This is really Rick Alexander's specialty.
Yeah, that sounds really neat. I'd love to hear more about that too, but we've got to get to some of the mechanics of the game too. I know our listeners will beat me up if I don't ask you some specifics about how the game's going to work.
It's also important, I should say, for guild mechanics, that all of that online side of it that's to be developed.
Right.
We'd start initially if we get fully funded.
Yeah.
We would start that quite modest.
Yeah.
And we'd build it up. So that's not part of the offer day one.
Right, but I think it's still a great vision because we talk about a lot on the show about what it takes for a miniature game to do well and capture the imagination of gamers, and one of the things is really good organized play support. And this sounds like a really, really interesting, fascinating, sort of unique way to do that exact thing and get players excited about their games, and because it all comes down to you wanting your game to have some kind of meaning, even if it's not necessarily I'm the best in the region because I'm a really good tournament player. More just it's fun to know that my little game here with my friend has some small impact on the universe at large. It's kind of a neat feeling.
Well, organise it so that playing and contributing always advances. You can't do worse by losing a game.
Right.
Right. But it's fascinating to me because we've seen over the last several years, we've seen other companies try to tie their games into the computer space, and it seems like some of them go way overboard. Like, what was that game, Russ, that was like all on the computer?
Oh, Exilus, yeah.
Exilus, yeah. Where that went overboard. The miniatures were secondary to the game itself. The computer was doing everything for you, basically. But but it's really seems to me it's extremely intriguing to me the way that you're suggesting that you can tie this in, because this almost seems to me all of a sudden, and I'd never even thought about it before, the next logical step, where like everybody's been trying to figure out like these, it's a great concept that you can have these campaign, like computers can do so much now, and the internet can do so much now, and tracking through a campaign and the advancement of things like that, and that's such a cool idea, but nobody's been able to really do it. This really honestly seems to be, to me, like potentially the way that this, you can bring in that MMO, the internet, the social media and miniature games in a way that doesn't take away from the miniatures games, but enhances both experiences. It seems very intriguing.
Yeah, it's because I'm obsessed with campaigns. I've always have been.
Yes.
The interesting thing about this though is you don't have to do it. You can play Beyond the Gates of Antares as a tabletop game,
right,
and never interact with the actual universe online. You don't have to do it. And I know some people have said that they are not at all interested in the idea of this. I call it a meta game. They're not interested in that game.
Right.
I think, okay, fine.
Right.
People, they don't have to interact with meta games at all.
Exactly. The game's going to work great the way it is out of the box.
It is, that's right. Although the plan for support, so Games Workshop will have typically that line of codices or codec. Well, I don't want to do that from day one. I want to go, actually, I want all of that level of support to be online.
Oh, there you go.
Wow. I think that's the way.
I think that's a very forward-thinking way to look at it. I think that's the right way to do it. I think a lot of other companies are looking at that option as well. I think it's great that you guys are there on day one that way. I want to get into some of the mechanics of the game a little bit here and then talk about the factions, but I want to do some mechanics first to make sure we cover this a little bit. So people are probably asking themselves, this all sounds great, but what makes your miniature game different than everybody else's miniature game? So let's talk about the mechanics a little bit. So you got a couple really interesting catchphrases that you kind of highlight with videos on the Kickstarter there. One of them is this idea of fluid combat mechanics, which sounds to me like there's a lot of interaction between both players in a given turn. Can you kind of describe what you guys are thinking about, or what the term fluid combat status means to you guys?
Yeah, well, the combat status is really just think of it as a morale status.
Okay.
But rather than it being an on-off type mechanism, which you say is in Warhammer, it's actually stepped. So it's stepped like a traffic light, actually. So this status is green, amber, red, black. And all units on the table will have one of those status.
Okay.
And red really is alert. That top status, basically that means you operate without any penalties whatsoever.
Okay.
Amber, which is ready, is kind of just one step down, and that means all of your shooting is penalised. All of your, I call it a resist roll. Think of it as a saving throw. It's your ability to resist damage. So that's penalised as well. And you're also, your ability to react to the enemy is penalised. So it's actually quite a big step down, but it's still operable. You can still be given action. Red is simply you can't be given any action. That's exhausted. But at that point, the only action you can be given is to rest, and rest brings you back up step.
Right.
So green is the best, and then it's going down.
And black is broken, which effectively means
you're routed.
You're routed. You can recover from that just about, but it's very difficult. So they all step, and you can rest from one to the other, except black. You can't rest from black. You're broken. You have to do a round, which can only get one chance to do in a turn. And that's how the game's structured. So the objective is to keep your units at top status all the time. But sadly, when the enemy shoots at you, it can reduce their status.
Right.
So if they shoot at you and hit, you have to take a test, which if you fail, your status drops. You take casualties, you have to take a test with a penalty for the number of casualties you've taken.
That makes sense. Now, can you do things to increase your status? So basically, do you sort of like lose activations to get your status back up to full or something like that?
You lose an activation.
Yeah.
The game's actually activation-based or action-based. So at the start of a turn, you roll a random number of activations, which is and the conflict intensity level is usually a D10. They're all modified. And that's the number of actions in the action pool for each side. And in any turn, you can give an action to any of your units. So you can say you've got 3 actions in the turn, very short. You can give an action to one unit, the same unit again, and then the same unit again if you want. Or you could take 3 units, give one an action, another, another.
Okay, yeah.
And the actions are alternate. So I take an action, you take an action, I take an action.
Okay.
So it's integrated turns, and I can keep doing the same action on the same unit. Now, if I push a unit over and over again, does that degrade his combat status?
It doesn't, but what tends to happen is its combat status degrades because other people shoot at it.
Okay, fair enough. Because he's becoming a super unit, right? Because he's doing all the work.
Yeah, are there? Match out.
Yeah.
Are there reactionary mechanics?
That's right. You as long as your status green alert, you can react to an enemy action. So if an enemy shoots at you, you can shoot back.
Oh.
But you have to test to do that.
Okay.
If you fail that test, your status drops 1 level.
Oh.
Nice. And I noticed too that in one of the videos you show the reaction happening when enemies move across your line of sight as well. So it's sort of like, to grab a 40k term, there's sort of like everybody's on Overwatch all the time as long as their status is green.
Yeah, exactly. What I did was I took all those notions of things that, I call them interrupts, things that interrupt the enemy turn in a standard I go, you go system like 40k.
Right.
It tends to be things like Overwatch, also counter-charging, sometimes stand and fire,
right,
and enhanced and combat, both sides usually attack. And all of those things really are interrupts. They interrupt the other guy's turn.
Right.
And I just wove them into the system as reaction. So it's a very smooth way of playing, and what it does, it means that neither the player sits back and does nothing. You're always doing something. And the turns are quite quick because your action is followed by the enemy's action.
Right.
So you're always
engaged in the game.
Yeah, you're always engaged, and I think that's worked very well so far.
That sounds really like great. Go ahead, Craig.
No, I was going to echo exactly what you're saying. That sounds like a very innovative, modern mechanic for a war game, whereas that whole clunky you go everything, I go everything, or things like that can seem outdated. This seems very, very forward focused, and the interactive element seems to be something that you're seeing a lot lately. But this seems like a very sophisticated way to get that achieved.
The idea came off bolt action, which also has a activation system, but it's drawing dice out of a hat, so it's a little bit. It's done rather differently.
Right.
But when I came up with this, I was immediately told that any number of other games already use a very similar system, including Infinity.
Yes.
So I thought, I better have a look then. So I had a look at Infinity, and it does use a similar system.
Yeah.
But it's not quite the same.
No, I was actually thinking about Infinity, and I think you heard in Achievements in Gaming. I've been playing a lot of Infinity. I enjoy Infinity an awful lot. What immediate differentiators I see here, though, one, game size. Infinity doesn't scale well beyond, because there's so many complex actions you can do in Infinity. It doesn't really.
That's right.
It's not intended to be played more than 10 models. 10 maybe 15 models is a lot in Infinity, right?
It's really a collector's game, isn't it, where you collect miniatures and paint them beautifully.
Well,
and I've seen some fantastic Infinity games.
Oh yeah, there's the beautiful models, and the other, to get a little marketing for you here, the other trick Infinity does to get you to buy a lot of models is you're allowed to make your list after you see the mission and your opponent.
Right.
So you want to have a large collection, so you have plenty of choices to choose from, so you have all your tactical options, which is a clever way to keep a skirmish game players owning a lot of models. But
it's a real problem if you're marketing a skirmish game like Infinity.
Yeah.
Selling enough kit is quite hard. The guys at Infinity do a good job of it by charging a great deal for the models.
Yes.
They are not cheap,
right.
But they're beautiful. They're beautifully done, aren't they?
They are. But I like the combat status is really unique. That combination, along with the unit actions, is similar to Infinity, but the combat status I think is really going to be exciting to watch, and I can't wait to see how that actually plays out and to try it. One other thing that seemed very unique to this game, from what I could gather from the Kickstarter, is this idea of how the dice work with decimal mechanics. Can you describe that?
Yeah. Again, this is something that really came out of all those years at 40k. When we created 40k, the original, it was based on Warhammer, so it used D6 mechanics. And, multiple D6 mechanics have got a lot to be said for them. It's a good way of designing a game in the best way. But I had 20-odd years of it.
Right.
I couldn't get away from it at Games Workshop. We did a role-playing game. We did Warhammer Fantasy role-play as a percentage system. D100.
Right.
And I think that's about the only thing. So one of the things I always regretted was not being able to tie Warhammer role-play to Warhammer.
Oh.
Because to me, the two should have worked off the same core system. And I tried to make them work off a similar stat base. So stat of 3 became stat of 30.
Right.
But Lord, it didn't work very well. So, and in the end, the two are just totally separate. What I thought, I always had this idea that it'd be great to go back and create a game that used D10s for the battle system, and then just multiplied everything by 10 for a roleplay system.
Okay.
And added another layer of detail. Yep. So, would be a +1 bonus in the core system becomes a +10.
Right.
And then you have lots of little modifiers, resting my gun on a Tuesday afternoon by the old picket fence, +3.
Right.
Wearing my special Sunday boots, +2. you just add whatever level of detail you want. And I thought that'll work.
So what do the typical stats look like in this game? Are they between 1 and 100, or how does that work?
Yeah, well, in this game it's 1 to 10.
Okay.
Typical human stats all roll off across 1 to 10. The basic parameters are somewhere around 5. You go 5, 6, 7, and I think you've hit the limit. And down to 4, 3, you've just about hit the bottom. So if you're going to play a game with troops, most of them will be in that region.
Okay.
The exception is the thing that 7. We've got 7 value for courage, which is your basic test for making a reaction test. Yeah.
Right.
The reason why we've got that is because if you get casualties, it modifies down. There you go.
All right, and you're just rolling a D10 and trying to get under that number? Is that basically the...
Yep, D10
Okay.
roll under.
All right, fair enough.
So when it becomes a D100 roll under, it's a standard system.
Right.
And does that work across the board, Rick? I've noticed a lot of games lately have, every test you're trying to get under, except these 2 tests, and you're trying to get over. And Russ and I, that's a bugaboo of ours from way back, where it's hard to then remember, especially when you're learning a new game. Is this the one that needs to go over or under? It seems like you've taken care of that by just across the board, you're trying to roll lower.
You always try to roll lower. 10s always fail regardless of modifiers.
There you go.
1s pass unless you need a 1 or less, in which case you need a 1. Anything less than 1, you need 1 followed by 1.
Okay.
That's the 1% outside chance.
There you go. So you always have an outside chance, but it's a long shot. Right. Good stuff.
You say that, it's amazing how often those long shots.
I know. Just when you don't want to lose that major guy. Ugh.
It's 1,000,000 to 1 chance. We'll give it a go.
Right. Well, cool. Well, I do want to, before we run out of time here, I know we're running a little long, I do want to ask you a little bit about the factions, because obviously as a miniature gamer yourself, you know that nothing captures the imagination of a miniature gamer more than obviously the models, but also the universe and the different faction choices they have. And I have a long-running theory that no miniature war game will launch successfully unless there's at least 4 factions that are well supported. So, what are you guys looking at launch for your factions? Are you looking at 4? And what are some of the high-level differences?
4 factions, we thought, was a good number.
What a coincidence!
I really wanted 5 or 6, but, in the end, actually, this was another point where the community came in. I think 2 of my factions were so similar, everyone thought, well, why don't you just make 1 faction?
Right.
So I very wisely took their advice and made and then the other 5th faction is the real alien faction, which we can't afford to do unless we exceed our target.
So it's a stretch goal for the 5th faction, right?
Yes, it's a stretch goal, but we'd like a concept.
Great.
Yeah, no, part of the problem for me for this has been that we've perhaps jumped force a little bit halfway through this, in that when we started this Kickstarter, it was on the basis of selling a team. And as we've gone on, we've found we've had to do a lot more actual work. You know, that's not good, really. You don't want to be doing work on the fly. Although I had a very broad idea about how this universe worked, I didn't have much detail worked out, because we didn't think it was necessary. Yeah, we learned otherwise.
Right.
So I've been working like an absolute Trojan.
Well, you can tell, Rick, because I remember when this first came about and I heard about this, I went to the website and it was very, you had a picture of, I think, one model maybe or two, and it was a very broad strokes, right? And I thought, well, geez, and it was based on the team. Look at the team going, oh, I got to know more about this, but I don't know much about it. And I've already seen, just looking at the Kickstarter the last couple of days as preparation for this, I was really surprised with the amount of extra depth. I mean, you've got samples now of all the 4 or 3 or 4 factions up there with, concept art. A lot more gameplay videos. You got 3 or 4 really great videos explaining it. So I can tell you guys are really, really trying to get more information out there for everyone.
Yeah, we're doing our best, but the thing that you can't do quickly, despite the clamour for it, is more concept art and more screen.
Right.
It takes time to design the figures. I've had a guy working on the freeborn figures. The freeborn are the kind of glue that holds our universe together.
Right.
They're these traders, trading houses, merchant houses, and they're kind of one of the more interesting of the factions. But I've had this guy working on a set of models for these since before Christmas.
Oh, wow.
Still not done them.
Right.
And we haven't shown any of his work because it's not been quite ready to show.
Right.
So, I'm sure that when they're done, they'll be great. But it would be nice to have had them by now.
So to kind of whet listeners' appetites, can you give sort of the maybe the 30-second elevator pitch for each faction, like what makes them unique and cool?
Okay, well, our universe is held together by what I call integrated machine society. And integrated machine society means humans do no work whatsoever. It's all left to machines. They spend their time in complete idleness surfing the internet, or the equivalent thereof, which they're all kind of integrated with, because the whole universe is soaked with nanotechnology that integrates everyone together and all machines and everything. Wow. It's a bit like socialism gone mad. So just imagine you live in a world where you not only don't make decisions, you can't have an opinion, because the minute you have an opinion, it's automatically understood by everyone else and goes into the machine. It works a bit like Amazon, okay? You log on to Amazon and it tells you immediately what you want to buy and what your favourite thing is before you know it. Damn it, they're right. Well, imagine that taken to the nth degree and applied to politics. No one ever has any political thoughts or any, the whole thing is completely soporific. The whole thing is run by a big algorithm. And that's the world of the future. And it's called, it's one faction called Concord.
Okay.
And the Concord's nanobots are in everything, including spacecraft, expeditionary units, and everything. And the minute it touches another civilization, an honest, hard-working planet, culture and religious beliefs, the minute the nanobots touch it, it infiltrates its technology, saturates everyone's minds, and effectively absorbs it into the Concord. It doesn't do it deliberately, it just does it.
Nice.
So all these hard-working, independently minded, possibly religious inclined worlds that have some sense of culture and identity are desperately keen to avoid becoming part of the Concord. And will fight it. The Concord doesn't know why you fight it.
They're like the Borg. Resistance is futile.
Well, resistance is kind of inevitable, but you do your best. I think all the Concord sees is something attacking it. It's almost like an organism.
Right.
So the machines all clunk and whir, and they get people together, and they produce armies and expedition reports and send them off to sort out these threats. And the threat does its best to fight back. So wars happen. And these people are collectively called the Determinate. And the Determinate is one of my old factions. So you have the Concord, which is the much like the Imperium in its scope, but even more of a dystopia. Or a utopia if you like sitting around in your pants all day.
Right.
The Determinate is lots of different planets, and they don't even like each other necessarily. So it's a broad overview, but one thing for sure, they don't want you taken over by the Concord.
Right, so their enemy, if we have the same enemy, you're my friend. I'm trying to remember the quote.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
That's the one, thank you.
What we've done is we've created one planet, or one small empire to start with, that's going to represent the Determinate, and they're called the Algorin.
Mm-hmm.
And the Algorin are a kind of humanoid, human, pan-human race. But they live on a world that's got very high radiation, and they've kind of developed a rather crusty exterior. So they don't have hair. They have like ridged, warty skin on their heads, and they're quite human looking. The closest thing I can think of is something like Cardassian.
Oh yeah, okay.
Whatever it was, Deep Space Nine.
Yes.
Yeah, they're kind of a bit like that, only not quite so evil. And we're starting to do concepts and things for that world involved next. The Concord has a rival, and this is called the Isaurian Shard. The Isaurians are actually the people that invented all of this machine wackoness.
Oh.
But sadly for them, what happened was there was a gigantic sort of tremor in the subspace ether, or something equally clever, because the worlds are all connected by a gateway. It's a gateway kind of travel.
Yeah.
And what happens is they went offline for a while, and the Isaurians, not knowing what to do, started to explore local space with near-light spacecraft. And they discovered an alien race, and probably had a war with it. And these aliens were quite unusual. They had a kind of silicon-based biology.
Yeah.
And of course, because the Isaurians were originally part of that Concord, they had that nanotechnology.
Right.
What happens? The nanotechnology still starts to absorb the alienness.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, the nanotechnology is based so that it won't absorb things which are evil or poisonous to itself.
Mm-hmm.
But the aliens thought it would be awfully clever if they developed something that was like a virus machine that could infiltrate the Isaurian Shard. And all they did, of course, was open up a back door for the two to interact, so they absorbed each other.
Ah.
And then the gates opened, and the Isaurian Shard goes out into space again, and now its own integrated machine intelligence, or Intel, is incompatible with the rest of the guys who were left behind.
Ah, okay.
They meet up, they just go, does not compute, must be an evil to fight. So the Isaurian Shard has become a dominant force within the what used to be half of the Concord. You have Concord, the Isaurian Shard, who look a bit gibbly. You know, they're a bit alien, they can't help it. So a lot of their kit is quite bio-looking. They've got that slightly evil, spidery type of look. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, they sound really neat. Did you touch on the Freeborn, or is that the fourth faction?
The last one, because all the people in the independent world want to trade with the Isaurian Shard and with the Concord, and the Concord wants to trade with them to some extent. They need something that's capable of interacting with all of them. So the Freeborn are like space traders.
Ah.
And they roam the free space. They have some planets, they have some enterprises, they're merchants and traders. But their ships have sterilizers, and they basically can take technology from the Concord, sterilize it, remove all those nasty nanobots, and trade it, and then take it back again. And they themselves are immune to the effect, because they're what I call reavers. Reavers are reverted humans, good old-fashioned humans.
Yeah.
Who can't be affected by all this nanotechnology nonsense. Probably gives them a heavy cold, in fact, a bit like
Right.
program. Yeah. So that's the role of the reavers, the freeborn within the whole Antarian universe. Yeah.
That sounds great. And are you going to be working to have the play styles very different between the four factions?
Yeah, although at the moment we're just trying to get all the game balance and all the basic numbers about right.
Sure.
But yeah, I saw in charge, because they have that alien technology, I'm giving them some special types of armor, including base field generators, which sort of take them in and out of reality, so they can advance upon the enemy fairly safely, almost like shadows or sort of see-through figures.
Right.
But then they have to rematerialize fully to fight. So they've got that going for them.
And then you have the reaction system, so of course as soon as they materialize you can shoot them, which is great.
Awesome. Now.
Yeah, nice. Rick, that sounds really great. It sounds very exciting. Craig, you got any other great questions for this?
Well, I was going to say it's completely not Warhammer 40,000.
That's for sure.
And that was the idea, yeah.
And B, I think it seems like what you're working towards is a really, really nicely well-defined original universe that I think a lot of I think. This is a backhanded compliment. I think with Warhammer 40,000, you really, and I made this joke earlier, that you cast a long shadow. I think if you look at a lot of the things going on in gaming today, you can kind of see the influence of Warhammer 40,000, and you're like, oh yeah, that's one of those with a different twist. Oh, that's a Tyranid with a different twist. Oh, that's an Orc with a different. And I think what you've just described is a really great departure from all of that, kind of a clean break in a very new, and I am extremely interested and intrigued. And I mean, it was awesome to have you on, and I've been tracking the Kickstarter since it began, and I've been like Russ said early on, I was like, well, that's a great team, and you know, how can they fail? But I'm kind of intrigued, but there's not a lot of detail, and now I have to say, I'm sucked into this universe already just from your explanations.
Well, go on back, because we need more backers.
Go ahead, Craig.
You should mention that. So let's talk a little bit about the Kickstarter, and I think the first thing that most people notice is that the amount of your Kickstarter is very high considering some other games, and I think one of the things that's come to me just through this interview is just the sheer scope of what you're trying to do that's never been done with the incorporation of all these different elements together. Is that where a lot of this money is hopefully going to go?
Well, you say that. In fact, it's not really. The Kickstarter is really, it was intended to be a startup for a business. So the minute you've got 5, 6 staff, the minute you've got premises, and you're paying sculptors, and then you've got a print bill at the end of it, and then production costs, you know, that 300,000 doesn't go very far.
Right.
So what we were really looking for was funding for us to start up as a business.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why most Kickstarters are $300,000 or $500,000 is because they're not really designed to start up a business. They're designed really as I call it a route to market.
Yeah.
Which is fine. That's absolutely a good way of using Kickstarter. It's obviously been very successful. It's not generally how Kickstarters work in the computer games industry.
Right.
And the reason why we thought we could go for a startup business model was we thought we could base it on the sort of success that the computer games industry has had.
Right.
As it turned out, that's been a lot more difficult. A lot more difficult.
Yeah, I think, like, as you're saying, in the gaming side of it, I think you're right. What people are used to is either already existing companies or an individual who just has a neat idea is trying to fund one project.
Yeah, something very more.
Exactly. Yeah, and so what they're expecting is, and that may also be why they're wanting more detail and things like that. And I mean, that's an amazing team, but when I funded this one thing over here, they showed me everything ahead, and I think your route to market concept is extremely valid in that's how it's being used, because most of these people are coming to, like, oh, we've got 90% of the work done, and we're just like looking to get you all excited, and whereas you're really starting a thing from scratch.
Right.
And the irony is, if I had 90% of the work done, I wouldn't go to Kickstarter.
Right.
Because why do you need to go to Kickstarter if you've got 90% of the work done?
Right.
So you don't have a route to market. Well, we have a route to market.
Yeah.
Your game has a route to market, and it's not that. You could still do it Kickstarter as a piece of publicity, but the point with Kickstarter is you're really giving away a lot of the profit. You can't make. You gave an example earlier of a Kickstarter where you actually got something like 100 models.
Right.
Yeah, and you can't make 100 models for the price that some of these Kickstarters are going at.
Absolutely.
It's you certainly can't have them sculpted.
Yeah.
Right.
If you think we're paying the equivalent of $800 for a Foxgle tentacle, $8,000 straight on.
Wow.
And that's 28 mil.
Yeah.
The minute you go to a larger figure or whatever, you found it.
Well, I think you guys have a good vision going on here now, though, and the way you sort of, because I know you've put a lot more detail on the Kickstarter now. I think it's much clearer to me now, especially after A, seeing your updates, but also B, hearing you, discuss it, in the idea that this is really, you have a very clear and really exciting vision here, really, right, with a great team, and it's really saying, look, pledge to this Kickstarter because you're going to help make this vision real, right? You're building a company and a vision, a company that's going to support this vision. Because we're talking about the dynamic campaign system and all those other things. That's not a single delivery product. That's a product that's got to go on and on for it to really, be a true vision, right?
I mean, regardless of how this Kickstarter works out, I think as a project, this is something which got long-term value.
Right.
It's not a single product that you're just going to buy, have a bit of fun with and put away. It's got to have a long-term value. It basically justify the effort I put into it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, and one of the things Kickstarters can tell people, from the person running its point of view is there a market out there, right? Is there enough interest in a groundswell in what we're trying to do? And I really hope, I hope very highly that this succeeds, because after hearing you talk about it, I'm really excited about this. I would love to see it come to life. And now for me, it's not a question of if I'm going to pledge, it's just what level I'm going to pick. So I'm already on board with you, Rick, but I really hope it works out, because I think after hearing you again, the vision for the universe sounds really fascinating. I love where you're going, the mechanics. It's great for me as someone who's been a fan of your work for so long, but I'm not playing as much 40K and Warhammer as I used to. I now move on to miniature war games, to be quite honest, much more modern rule sets. And it's great to hear, a designer who I grew up loving your work, now moving to the more modern rule sets that I've now fallen in love with. I can't wait to see, I'm loving to see your angles on these things. So I think it's just great and very exciting to see you guys doing this kind of thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we're still hopeful of being funded. I mean, these things do tend to pick up in the last few days. But in a way, it's been very successful in motivating the community, and that's been really quite humbling in a way. So many people enthusiastic about this and willing to contribute.
Well, as we talk, I mean, I still think you got a good shot at this. As we're speaking right now, I'm looking at this thing. It's the 3rd of February when we're recording, and right now you guys have 25 days left in your Kickstarter, and you're already over 100,000 pounds, right?
Yeah, right.
And you've got 300,000 as your goal. I think there's a chance here. We got quite a few listeners, and I know you've been on other podcasts, so hopefully the community will come together. And if this sounds like something gamers out there, this is your chance. I mean, if this sounds like something you want to do, then check it out.
Now's the time, that's for sure.
Right.
We had, as we speak, we had a very slow week last week. We thought, oh dear.
Yeah.
If it feel like that, then we're in trouble. But, a lot of Kickstarters do have a very slow patch in the middle.
Well, let's see what happens. I really hope it takes off.
I think everybody out there who's intrigued by an army scale sci-fi game should really check this out, and I think they will, because I mean your interest and your enthusiasm, Rick, is really coming across, and it's I think there's something here, and I really hope people check it out.
So, Rick, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you taking time out of your schedule and giving us the lowdown on a new project, the Great New Universe. If people want to know more about Beyond the Gates of Antares, or just what you're up to, where can they go?
Darkspace.com is the website for darkspacecore.com, I should say, is the is the website for the project. And of course, if you just go onto Kickstarter and put Beyond the Gates of Antares into the search, you'll find it.
Also, if you just search for Rick Priestley on Kickstarter, it comes right up also. Just saying.
Okay. I do have my own website, which is rickpriestley.com.
Oh, good.
I've not updated it for about 3 years. I must get back to it.
Oh, shame on you. That's
You did mention earlier in the show that you have Facebook and you show some of your painting and stuff on there occasionally also.
Occasionally I put photos up on that, yeah.
Great.
Yeah, complete tart on Facebook. I will friend anybody.
Nice.
Many of my Facebook friends are Spanish or Italian, which can make my homepage a bit jolly.
Well, who doesn't want a jolly homepage?
That's right.
Let's be honest.
Yeah. I do wonder what they're on about sometimes. It certainly looks jolly.
Well, Rick, thank you so much again, and I really appreciate you taking the time out. And we are really looking forward to seeing how this goes. We're watching it very closely, and I really best of luck with your Kickstarter.
And thank you so much for coming on with us today.
No, that's great. You're very welcome. Speak to you again sometime.
Absolutely.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
And our friends at Conquistador Games. Conquistador! Do a great job on all kinds of great board games. And remember, they just had their big Tomorrow Kickstarter end. Fantastic. If you're interested in about a dystopian future, I don't know if it's dystopian, but a future where there's a population problem and how are world leaders going to deal with it? You can be one of those world leaders figuring it out. Maybe you just got to have an accidental nuclear explosion. I don't know, whatever you need to take to cut the population down. Also, don't miss their game, The New Science, is out, and it's available in stores. It's available at cqgames.com. And this is a game, this kind of like, you look at this game and it reminds me a little bit of Founding Fathers. When you look at it, you're like, this is a game that just needs to be in a school. It's a great game that goes through and you play the various scientists in history, right, Craig?
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly. And you learn about Isaac Newton, and who else is in there, Craig?
Well, there's Johann Kepler, of course,
Ooh.
and Galileo Galilei.
Mm-hmm.
And you wouldn't want to mistake Athanasius Kirchner, of course, German from May 1601 to died November 1680 in the ripe old age of 79. Gottfried Leibniz. I mean, we've got all the biggies going here.
Learn while you play and play while you learn, and
basically what you're doing is developing tech trees, trying to be the fastest one, establish yourself as a great scientist.
If you're one of those, 4X
age of great scientists.
Yeah, and you're a 4X gamer and you're like, I wish I could just focus on the tech tree. Guess what? There's a whole game for you now. It's awesome.
Right. And you learn.
Science!
New science!
Oh.
Dun, 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 ba, ba, bum.
No, don't let him sing. Don't. No.
New science!
This is Total Fangirl. Regular Jane most days, total fangirl when the moment strikes. Han shot first. Starbuck is a guy. And Lestat, now there's a vampire. Hey everyone, this is Nicole, your Total Fangirl. You can follow me on Twitter at Nicole Wakeland and check out my blog, TotalFangirl.com. This week's shout out, Guide Dorothy, Tin Man, Scarecrow, or Lion Through the Land of Oz and the new card Game of Oz. For more info, visit GameSalute.com/card Game of Oz. So I just got back from Chicago and I was out there for the Chicago Auto Show. And I know that's not really your thing, cars, whatever, but it was one of the nerdiest experiences ever for a couple of reasons. First of all, gearheads are just as fanatical about their hobby as you guys are about yours. But I saw something really neat when I walked in at the Kia booth, which is huge. They had one car that was covered under a sheet, so you couldn't see it yet. But behind it, they had a display that was sort of this rotating number of panels from Superman comics. And then I realized that it was the Superman Kia Optima Hybrid that was hiding beneath that sheet. It's the 6th car that they've released in a series that they're doing with DC Entertainment. And it's to benefit charity. It's awesome. And it hasn't been seen yet. So it was just sitting there hiding. The guys I were with were like, what are you so excited about? I'm like, it's the Superman car. And they're looking at me like I'm nuts. But I was really excited. excited. I couldn't actually attend the actual unveiling because I was busy doing other auto show stuff, but one of our other writers did for the Fastlane car, and he recorded the whole thing. And then I got to do a little intro where I tried not to drool on the beautiful paint job. This car was gorgeous. It is one of the prettiest, nerdiest cars that I have ever seen in my entire life. They've painted it in the blues and the reds that you see in the previews for Man of Steel because it's technically themed to that movie. It's got the Superman logo on the hood. The way they've painted the red, it's supposed to look like the cape. So instead of just being red accents randomly, it's the cape flowing off the back of the car, and underneath the front, underneath the hood, there's a little bit of red, and again, it's supposed to look like Superman's belt. And when you open it up, even the inside, the seats are blue, and they have the logo on it. The steering wheel has the logo on it. There's blue trim everywhere with red stitching as an accent. It was the coolest car ever. I even made the guy from Kia search the booth until he found a key to open it up, because it was sitting, once they'd unveiled it, behind these little stanchions, so you couldn't really get close. And I thought, that's not good enough. So I got to see the Kia Optima Superman hybrid, which was an absolutely beautiful car and wonderfully nerdy. And there was also even a car that was themed to The Walking Dead. It was a Hyundai, the ZE, which Elantra, which was really cute. The Z stood for zombie. And they had that one with a great big, well, we call it a cow catcher, but I guess it's a zombie catcher given the theming. It had the Walking Dead logo stitched on the front seats. It had these giant spikes sticking out from each of the four wheels to just mow down zombie legs. It had big lights on it. It had a siren. It had all sorts of weapons. It had, metal grills over the windows so that the zombies couldn't break the glass and get you. And it was set up in a little display where it was actually running over zombie parts that were laying strewn about the floor of the convention center. It was just wonderfully nerdy, and it was kind of cool to see that one of the other writers there is a Walking Dead fan, and he was just as excited about the about the Hyundai as I was. But the coolest, nerdiest thing happened when it had nothing to do really with a car. We went to this dinner the first night. It was put on by Nissan. It was in a schwanky little restaurant, and it had all sorts of cool decor around it, and they did the whole thing. There were a ton of press people there. And they had these giant lights hanging from the ceiling, and they were really great, big, fuzzy lights. They kind of looked like giant pom-poms. And I was sort of staring up at these lights because they were striking and got my attention. And random dude standing next to me says, "Yeah, those are kind of cool lights, huh?" And I said, "Yeah, those are kind of cool. They sort of make me think of a cheerleader's pom-poms. I wonder if they swoosh around or if that's made of glass." He's like, "No, I was kind of thinking tribbles." And I have no idea who this guy was, but there out of the blue in the middle of Chicago at a dinner for the auto show, fellow nerd meets me in a restaurant. So in case you're wondering, nerds, you guys are everywhere.
Hey, now it's time for Vic the Viking. Oh, there's his trumpet. And, of course, Vic the Viking is our friend at the War Store, bringing the war to your door since 1999. That is indeed...
That's a decade or more.
Indeed it is. We just had a great time hanging out with our friends at the War Store at TempleCon. They were there with bells on, and they had a great booth set up. They were there to help us support the Dystopian Wars, big event there. They had Dystopian Legions in stock, ready for you to buy right there. And that's what makes the War Store amazing. If it's a miniature war game hitting the streets, it's brand new, you're like, when am I going to find it? Because it's hard for local retailers to stock all this stuff. They got limited shelf space. These miniature games have a lot of different products in them, and the War Store carries them all. So, it's a great way to get them in your hands, try them out. They've got the great painting supplies. They've got it all. They got fantastic prices. They got a great way to navigate on the internet. They've got a great Twitter feed at the War Store. You go to their Twitter feed to catch all the new announcements. They constantly tweet and saying, "Hey, this just hit the store. This has just come out," and it's right there, ready to be ordered. They got great hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern time. You can get there anytime. Get your order in. Call them up. Talk to them live. Talk to Neil. Make sure everything's good for your order. They have the service and the prices and the product. They got everything you need.
Absolutely. And they were awesome at TempleCon and helped us a great deal with our event, the big giant Dystopian Legions game, and they could not have been cooler. In fact, the only regret I had from TempleCon was that I was running around so much I didn't get a chance to shop at the War Store.
I know. I got to go by early, and they also had all the new releases from Infinity right there. I was like, oh.
I know. It was crazy.
And
I drooled over that as I walked by, and then I noticed all the $2 bins, which is my absolute favorite thing about going to the War Store at cons, because you can get all this cool stuff, and then there's these $2 bins that are never available anywhere else. And I missed it. And then the War Store is just awesome at conventions, as they are online 365 days a year.
Don't forget the great terrain selection as well. thewarstore.com.
Hey, this is Sam in Maryland, and my gaming resolution for 2013 is to win a D6 Generation patch. Not as a purchase, not as a promo, but through a game and as a symbol of victory. So hopefully meet up with you guys at the convention or something, play a game, and win a patch. And also, I'm going to work with my voice coach because my wog is getting a little bit pitchy. Thanks, guys. Good night.
Hi, D6 Generation. My name is Heather, and I'm a gamer mom from Columbus, Ohio. I was calling with one of my resolutions for the new year. I am lucky enough to have a gamer husband and 2 gamer boys. And our freshman has just gotten involved and helped start up a strategic gaming club at his high school. So one of my resolutions is to try to help facilitate that and give him rides when needed and all that kind of jazz. So I thought getting some nice game to add to their library from D6G would be a great addition. Thanks for all you do. We enjoy listening to you guys and your podcasts as a family. And keep it up.
Hi, this is John from Virginia. My geek resolution this year is to take a break from learning new game systems and focus on creating one of my own. I keep telling my friends about this great idea I have, but it's time to start building some prototypes and prove once and for all that I should stick to playing games, not creating them. Oh, and I also resolve to continue not playing Agricola.
Hey, D6G, this is Grit Hog on BGG. And just want to let you know my gaming resolution for this year is to make it through an entire episode of the D6 Generation podcast.
Hey, D6G, this is Adam in New Jersey. You guys said we should call in with some of our resolutions, so here I am to the rescue. So here's my list. I'd like to play at least 3 games of some new miniature game and paint my forest for it. So that could be Dystopian Wars, which I still haven't played much of. Could be Dust Tactics. Could be Relic Knights when it comes out. But whatever it is, I want to paint a forest for it and get at least 3 new games in to try it out. I want to try 12 new board games, and this might be helped out by the Myriad Games opening up close to us in Staten Island. I might be able to rock the game share, get some 12 new games in that way with my group. I'm going to try to call into the D6 Generation 6 times to help you guys out, because once just isn't enough, right? And I want to finish my cave terrain table that I started for the War Machine League last year and I never quite finished. In addition to that, my wife made a resolution to watch a new movie every week, and so we've been starting on that. So far it's been The Adjustment Bureau, Looper, and Dark Knight Rises, so we're behind on a little of those. But theoretically that'll be 52 new movies seen this year, so hopefully that's enough. Glad to hear from you guys. Keep up the great work, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Hello. This is Tom Roach. I am looking to give my resolution for 2013, and that would be to playtest the new Robotech tactical role-playing game as much as possible. So check it out at robotechbattles.blogspot.com. Later.
Hey, Russ, Craig, and other third person, calling to tell you my gaming resolution. This is Justin Davis in South Jersey. Going to try to join a miniature wargaming group this year. Wish me luck, though. I'm in a really rural area. Thanks a lot. Love the show. Talk to you later.
Hey, D6G. My New Year's resolutions for gaming are to play more Summoners Wars with my sons on our iPod devices, to get some more than 3 games of War Machine in this year, and to finish painting my Trollbloods army, which is about 10 figures left. So, love the show, guys. Keep it up. Oh, and my name's Jeff Brummel. Thank you.
Hey, this is Phil calling. My gaming resolution this year is to attend my first convention. It's going to be a small con out in New Plymouth, Ohio, called Raven Con. And barring any vehicular problems, we should be good to go. I'm excited. Take care, guys.
Hey guys, Adam in Massachusetts.
Wow, you're right. Fulfilling your 2013 resolutions is fun and rewarding, and surprisingly easy. Take care now. Hey guys, Adam again. The guys of D6 Generation put a call out for participation. Resolutions, they say, in a geek gamer way, can be a source of great revelation. Hey guys, Adam in Massachusetts. Here's my resolution in haiku. My resolution, voicemail participation. Why not a haiku? Hey guys, Adam in Massachusetts. Just called to say, that my wife's resolution is to finally finish Mass Effect 2 this year. Yeah. Hi guys, Adam in Massachusetts again. My other resolution is to finish my backlog of board game mini painting projects so that I have no more excuse not to try out a miniatures game for the first time. Bye. Hey guys, this is Adam in Massachusetts, and my resolution is to be more consistent with my emails, call-ins, and content participation throughout the year. Thanks, and keep up the good work.
Nice try, Adam, but 6 calls still only count as 1 entry. So now it's time to talk about our friends at Game Salute. You know, these guys publish all kinds of great games. They work with game designers, game studios, if you will. Think about how, like, the video game industry works. You get these game studios, they all design stuff, and then they all go to publishers, formerly THQ or maybe EA or whatever. Well, Game Salute's kind of like that now for these little small studios that can publish their games as well and help them through the Kickstarter process. And they got a couple great games. First of all, Game Salute just got, I don't know, Craig, did you hear about this? We covered it on the news a while ago.
Inconceivable.
Exactly. They got the rights to The Princess Bride. That movie, that great movie. Remember that one with Fred Savage? That movie.
Fred Savage.
That movie with Fred Savage. That and Peter Falk. Fred Savage, Peter Falk. That was the movie right there.
Absolutely.
That was the main. There was some other stuff in this fantasy realm.
The movie for Russ.
But the best lines were all there with Fred Savage playing his little.
Grandpa. Is this a kissing book?
Playing his ColecoVision. That was awesome. Anyway. So they got the rights to that. So they're going to be doing board games and family games all around Princess Bride. That's fantastic. So keep an eye on GameSalute.com for more of that information. If you're a fan of that movie, you definitely want to check that out. Now, also,
there will be a sick boy mechanic in the Princess Bride.
Sick boy, right. You get the kissing book card. You got a yuck, and then you lose a turn. So also, they just got a brand new game they got coming out called The Card Game of Oz.
Oh yeah,
and they have some great artwork on this. You want to go to GameSalute and check the artwork out. It's really cool. It's sort of like. It's almost like Dorothy meets steampunk in some sort of way. It's really cool artwork. And it looks like cool mechanics, too. I just got an early demo copy of it. I can't wait to try it out. It looks really, really slick, too. So,
nice.
Again, get yourself over to GameSalute.com. Check out all the great powered by stuff they got going on Kickstarter. It's just a great way to keep on.
Going up on Kickstarter on Valentine's Day.
Exactly right.
This is the Dice Tower Network at DicetowerNetwork.com.
Well, hello and welcome back. And we're very, very excited to have the mics working again.
Yay, Russ and his technical prowess.
Well, it is kind of a curse here at the D6G that whenever we have a high-profile guest, some kind of audio fails. I remember David Weber, we had that huge telephone problem, kept cutting in and out. And the first time we had Lone Wolf on, we had that terrible audio problem. It's just like a curse. But now that he's gone, of course, everything's working again. It's just how it is here. But we thought it'd be fun to talk about some very new hotness, Sedition Wars, right?
Yes.
Now, this is only my my second big Kickstarter, right? My first big Kickstarter was Zombicide.
Yeah.
And so Sedition Wars was the second big thing I ever Kickstarted. And it's some small stuff, funded NASA. What else did I do? I helped Marion Call with her tour. But no, this was actually the first game besides Zombicide I got. So let's talk about it. It's now available for order online from seditionwars.com. And, Cool Media Now's got it up there, and it should be in a game store near you pretty soon. So by the time you hear this, it should be on store shelves or pretty close to being on store shelves. And, of course, a little quick overview here. Of course, it was designed in 2013, or came out in 2013, and from a 2012 Kickstarter. So it took a little longer than they expected to get it out. I think they originally were planning to have it out by Christmas.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it didn't get shipped until, about January.
Even the pros, huh?
I know, yeah, because Cool Media Now's done this a few times. Now, what drew me to this one, and might have you interested as well, any miniature gamers out there, is like Mike McVeigh. This was his pet project, according to the video, which featured him in the Kickstarter. This universe that he's created, that Sedition Wars, Assault on, what is it called? Sedition Wars, Battle for Alabaster is what it's actually called. because Alabaster Station is a space station. It was a specific event in the Sedition Wars universe that I guess Mike McVeigh's had in his head for a long time. And you might know Mike McVeigh from many different projects. He was one of the...
you might know Mike McVeigh from...
Well, you might know him from Games Workshop fame. He did a lot of... he really got his fame of painting skills from Games Workshop. He was in the heavy metal team for many years, but also he was involved in some miniature design and ideas there. And then also, if you remember our very first interview with Matt Wilson from Privateer Press, he talked about Mike McVeigh when they were first designing some of the very first War Machine models, such as the Ironclad Warjack as well. So Mike McVeigh's been in the industry for a long time. So when you see him doing some miniatures, at least, I don't know, I get excited. So that was one of the things that got me on the Kickstarter page and looking at this stuff. And so the MSRP for this game is $89.99, $90. And if you were lucky enough to back it on the Kickstarter, you could have either done it one of two ways. You could have got it at the sort of the $80 level, so you would have saved $10 and got the basic game. Or you could have done what I did and back it at the Biohazard level, which was $10 more, so $100, but you got all the stretch goals, which turned out to be crazy amounts of stuff.
Really ridiculous.
It was just silly. And as Rick Priestley said earlier, they couldn't possibly have made money on this project, at least not for that level, but who knows how it all works. So quickly, let's talk about the fluff in the background here. So there's really... What we know so far about the Sedition Wars universe is that there's two primary factions. They're both mentioned in the Battle for Alabaster. One is the Vanguard, and the Vanguard are sort of from the main, I don't want to say Imperium, but the main sort of government that's currently in space. And they're sort of, and to hear their side of the story, it's a happy-go-lucky place. Everybody's happy. They can do whatever they like, and everybody can be successful who tries. Blah blah blah. But of course, the Firebrand, who are sort of like a rebel faction, have decided that the Vanguard, no, they're too oppressive and we want to be free. So anyway, the battle for Alabaster actually does not take place between the Vanguard or the Firebrand. It actually takes place, the Firebrand want to take control of Alabaster Station. So they discover this protogen virus, ancient alien nanotechnology thing, and they know it'll kill people and stuff, so they weaponize it. They put it inside this weapon, and they put an AI in there with the weapon to control the virus, and they launch it into Alabaster Station. Well, little do they know that the virus actually reprograms the AI to become its own sentient life form and start to take over and wipe out the station. And so now you've got a third faction in the Sedition Wars universe, and that is the Strain, which is this crazy nanovirus that's turning people into some sort of zombie and mutating them into all kinds of strange biotechnology weapons that look like a cross between humans and technology, not unlike the Borg and that sort of idea. And so what's happened in the beginning of this game is the Vanguard have been summoned to the emergency signal of Alabaster Station, coming in to see what's going on. They assume it's another Firebrand attack, but as soon as they board the station to see what the problem is, lo and behold, they don't find Firebrand there. They find that the station crew's all dead, and now the station is infested with Strain. And what are they going to do? Basically, your situation is you've got your Space Marines versus... Oh, wait, I think that's a copyrighted term. Space Marines.
Now it is.
You got your space soldiers in heavy armor fighting against the space zombie. How can it be more fun than that? So does that fluff all make sense from what you saw so far, Craig?
Yes. It's very intriguing and cool sounding.
So it's a sci-fi horror board game is basically where they're going for here. And let's talk about what's in the box. So in the core game, and Craig, I'm really interested in your take on what comes in the box. So in the core game, you're going to get 50 models.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. This is in the core game when you buy off the shelf for $90.
Even for $90,
yes.
That's a lot.
You get now as a miniature game. It's all hard plastic, nice miniature quality. I don't know, Craig. What did you think of the plastics when you looked at them?
Oh, it's totally the high quality.
Yeah, they're great. They look. I mean, what do you think of the miniature quality?
Gamers will be familiar with it.
Yeah, I mean, did you think the miniature quality was up there with anything else you can get right now?
It's very nice.
They look
very
great,
detailed, very nice. The bases are crazy.
Yeah, the bases are all they're not just like flat bases. They're all nicely terraform. Oh, not terraform, but they're ejected plastic to look like little plates on a space station. They look great. In fact, I think one of the best values in the game is for $90 you get 50 bases that are awesome, could use for any model. They're also 28 millimeter, and they're not a bad substitute for Infinity figures either. They look a lot like Pano or some other Infinity guys, and so the weapons, so you could swap them out there if you wanted to. In addition to these 50 models you get, which are crazy, some are on bigger bases and some are on small bases. Most of them are like infantry-sized guys. You're also going to get 5 double-sided game board tiles. And these are color prints with little grids on them that you guys are going to walk around, and they look like inside of space stations, and there's different ones. Tile quality needed a little work in this game, unfortunately, though. There were a couple issues. One is, what did you think of the actual print quality of the the grid on the tiles. Did you find, Craig, hard to see around like the terrain and stuff?
I feel like there are. I think they went a little too dark and foreboding.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think the blended areas where it goes from this is a wall to this is just a dark area is very difficult, and there are features that I find it difficult at first to sort of differentiate on the board. Important features like the railings and I still don't get the windows and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think you're going to end up, after a few games, you'll have house ruled it all out and figured it all out. But there are some spots where, can I shoot through that spot there? It's just very dark and it takes a while. So I think they sacrificed a bit of graphic design and playability for the look.
Yeah.
And
because it looks great.
Yeah, that may have not been. Sometimes you want to go to playability, lean on the playability side of that too much. The other problem with the tiles, and this is really disappointing to me because otherwise I'm really pleased with it.
This is a big issue.
They warp. Now, I want to be clear about this because when they first came out and you heard people saying they warp, I opened my box and mine looked great. They were perfectly flat. They looked awesome. I'm like, these guys are just whining their warp and they probably dropped them in a puddle. So I closed my box back up and didn't worry about it. And I started painting the models, painted them all like crazy. I went nuts over. And then I went to play and I took all the tiles out and they still look great and flat, laid them on my table. And as I'm starting to set it up and reading the rules and figure out, I noticed the tiles are starting to curve up away from the table. I'm like,
before your very eyes.
It was like magic. Now, here in New Hampshire, this time of year, January, the heat's flying, it's cold outside, it's dry. Okay, my house is not humid right now. It is dry. In fact, I got to drink lots of water. I'll get all dried out. Common problem in New England. So I don't know what that's about. So I'm like, oh, that's weird. So I flip them over, just see if they'll flatten back out again. Sure enough, they flatten back out after a second. So that's awesome. I'm reading the rules some more. And they start to curve up the other way. Yeah. I'm like, that is weird. So I look online, and sure enough, people said, don't worry about it. Just put them under some books for a couple days, and it'll be fine. So I put them under books for a day, brought them back out, flat as a pancake, looked great. A few minutes later, put them on the table, started to curve up again. I'm like, this is the weirdest thing ever. So I'm like, okay, fine. So I put them under the books for 3 days straight. Brought them back out, sure enough, they're curving again. So I don't know what it is. And you know what? It's surprising to me because I have Cool Mini or Nuts, Super Dungeon Explorer. Thinner tiles don't curve. I have Zombie Side. I think the Zombie Side tiles are, if anything, a little thicker, but maybe they're the same thickness. Don't curl. So I don't know what happened here. I don't know where they manufactured them. Maybe if I leave them under books for a month, they'll flatten out. Anyway, I don't want to harp on this too much, but it is really kind of annoying. I mean, how did it look, Craig, on the table?
With the curling and everything?
Yeah.
Very, very, very shoddy.
In fact, they curve so much that the miniatures near the edge of the board will slide down. I'm not exaggerating. Will slide off their squares if you're not careful.
It really does affect gameplay and definitely the look, and which is sad because of it's beautiful. The pictures are beautiful. The miniatures are great, but when you put it all together and it all warps, it looks like a home brew. It looks like somebody kind of printed out their own stuff and put it on cardboard, and now it's all warping.
It's really a shame because the game is, in a lot of ways, as you hear the rest of you, fantastic. But I want to make sure you know what you get when you buy this box. You're going to have to do something about these tiles. I don't know if you're going to, copy them and print them out yourself. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. Some folks have said they've had, in fact, when I emailed Cool Mini, they said, some folks have had luck varnishing them. I'm like, really? I'm going to varnish these things? So I don't know. I got to figure out something to do with these because I like the mechanics so much. I love the model so much. I want it to work. And because it's a board game with miniatures, the aesthetics are important. And so the fact that this doesn't look nice on the table really bothers me because, again, it's an aesthetic game. It's got all these cool models in it. So anyway, I don't want to harp on it too much, but it is sort of a thing to watch out for. Hopefully they'll fix it in a second print run or they'll figure something out, but it's disappointing. Now, in addition to the tiles and the awesome figures, you're also going to get a 60-page full-color rule booklet with some great fluff in here and lots of cool missions and stuff. There is a table of contents. There is no index or quick reference page. Otherwise, good book.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of stat cards for the figures, over 50 of them, because there's one stat card for every figure. Even when figures are repeated, for example, several strain models or several basic Vanguard troopers, they all have an individual card matching them because the idea is you put the card down and you track your wounds on your cards and stuff, kind of like War Machine. So they have all that. You get lots and lots of counters. You get 66. Now, in the basic game, you're going to get 6 boring black 6-sided dice. If you see friends of yours that have Sedition Wars, you see people's pictures showing these really cool translucent colored dice. Those are from the Biohazard edition of that you got from Kickstarter only. So the basic game you buy off the store shelf, 6 black 6-sided dice. Now, since I mentioned Biohazard, just in case you're wondering, if you bought it at the Biohazard level...
This is nice. This is just in case you didn't get it, this is what you didn't get.
Well, I want to tell people about this because... we talk about Kickstarters and whether or not it's a cool thing or not. And this one, if you get past the curvy tiles and you like the rules, this is one of those where it's really, really great. So when you're seeing a future Kickstarter interested in it, some of these things get crazy amounts of plastic in them.
I don't know if it's going to last that much longer.
We'll see. But this one, you had 12 extra Vanguard, 12 extra strain. You got the fancy dice, three blue dice to match had the logos of the Vanguard on them, and 3 green dice that had the logos of Strain. You got an alternate sculpt of Kara, the main leader. You got 5 of the big giants born of Strain models. And lots more coming this spring. All kinds of other sculpts coming out for only $10 more.
Like what kind of craziness do you have coming in this spring?
Like 30 more models for $10 more. It was stupid cool. I mean, it was just crazy. So again, for a miniature gamer, this is a no-brainer for just the models for you, whatever you're going to use around the house.
Are there any Firebrand models coming out?
There are Firebrand models on the Mike McVeigh website. So you can see what they look like. His sculpts are up there. He is selling them individually on there.
Gotcha,
there is
but none coming in your super biohazard.
No.
deal.
But like there is one of the Vanguard. It comes in a giant like mech.
Oh, cool!
Like huge battle suit of armor. There's some bigger Strain models coming. They did Strain versions of and regular versions of people from shows like. 7 from Battlestar Galactica is available in both versions. There's a Ripley and from Aliens in there. There's a Dead Space guy. So they did a bunch of those coming out. One of the reasons I backed it was there's a Firefly crew. They're called the Calamity crew coming out as well. So a lot of those figures, and they're sculpted and designed, by Mike McVeigh's studio. So they're going to be amazing quality. So that's one of their. I actually was resisting this until the Firefly crew came out, and then I felt.
Wow, that was good planning on their part.
Yes, it was. Yeah, there's a certain other Kickstarter that some might know that's also pulling the Firefly trick. So good on you, WWX. Anyway,
I knew nothing about that, by the way.
So you got all the stuff in the box. Let's talk about setup. How do you get the game started? Well, the first thing you're going to do, and this was pretty cool. We talked a lot about Infinity. What we like about Infinity as a miniature war game a lot is it's really in-depth missions, and they didn't skimp on the missions here at all in Sedition Wars. And it's one of the things that makes the game a lot of fun because you can choose immediately between a campaign scenario, and there's 10 different campaign missions that take you through a very well-told story of what happens at Alabaster Station. So if you read through those missions and play them, you're literally playing the mission through from the initial breach of the Vanguard landing on the station and first encountering the Strain, all the way through going through heavier and heavier strains to the final climactic battle with the AI. Now, and that's what happens there. But let's say you played through that a bunch of times, you just want to play a quick one-off. They also have a really cool randomly generated scenario mission, but it's not just like kill everybody or whatever. There's actually some really cool tables, very similar to how Malifaux does a bunch of little mini tables, and you roll them all up, and you eventually figure out, okay, your side is this objective, this other side's this objective, here's the setup. And they have a cool point system as well. So in the campaign system, the points for your army are pre-built for each scenario. It'll say there's 30 points of Strain in this scenario and 30 points of Vanguard. But in the build your own scenario, it's 20 points per tile. So the bigger you make the board, automatically the larger the forces are. So you can really make a small game or quick game if you want to do the. So you pick basically, am I going to do my build my own scenario, or am I going to do randomly generated? Once you do that, you're going to lay the tiles out, and on the campaign mode, the tile orientations are fixed. So it tells you, lay your tiles out, much like Zombie Side. Lay your tiles out exactly like this, put these objectives here, do this sort of thing. Now you're going to pick your forces. Now what's cool about this game too, and gives a lot of replayability, is that like a miniature war game, before you start, you're going to pick your force. So even on the campaign missions, it never says the Vanguard starts with these models and the Strain starts with those. It just says the Vanguard has 30 points and the Strain has 30 points. Or in the next scenario, it might be 60 and 60 or whatever it is for that scenario. Right. Now, what's cool about this is there's a lot of variety in the Vanguard. And as Craig discovered, leaving in or taking out one particular Vanguard really changes your tactics, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Like how about that grenade launcher guy?
Well, you've got different heavy weapon guys, and you've got different like sort of elite guys.
Yep.
And so if originally I would have said one was far more powerful than the other. The machine gun I thought was very, very powerful, and the grenade guy, I don't know so much. And then I saw the grenade launcher guy used extremely well, and I think in the right circumstances, they're both extremely useful. But they play very differently. One guy's throwing a template that can stay there for a while. One guy's potentially firing at least 12 shots a turn.
Right.
If you get lucky. And so, yeah. So, I mean, they're both devastating in their own ways, in the right place, in the right time, with the right luck. Neither of which I had, but,
And the Strain is the same way. There are different models that really change how you play. There's for 40K fans, there's Lictor type models that are very, very fast and nimble and have hooks that shoot out and reel you in. And then there's slower, ponderous guys with big, corrosion beam guns that shoot you. So do you want to build a list that's more shooty? Do you want to build them that's more hand-to-hand combat? A little bit of both. Do you want to have lots of little strain guys that go out and sort of die and generate more clouds of nanobots to infect the enemy? Or do you want to try to have more expensive guys? You got to figure all this kind of stuff out. Now, there is a nice game balance rule in here, and that is when you're picking your force, you take the total points available, divided by 10, rounding down, and that's your minimum model count. So you can't, so in a 30-point game, for example, you must have 30 divided by 10 is 3. You must have at least 3 models. And that can happen. You can actually break that rule because the Vanguard guy could take 2 heroes. So like one of the major heroes is like 20 points. You take the hero and an officer, that's 30 points right there, only 2 guys. Well, you can't do that. It would break the rules. You have to have a minimum. So you get to 60, you have to have a lot more guys. So it kind of forces you to have at least some grunts in your list. But you still have a lot of choices there as you build these lists out.
Yeah.
Now, after you pick your forces and you've got your scenario figured out, you're going to get your models and your cards out for your models. Now, remember, the first time you play this game, lots of assembly. This is a miniature game that happens to take place on a board. Okay, there's lots of assembly here.
Not your dad's board game.
Yes, this isn't like Zombicide where all the models come in a little tray and you just take them out and start playing. This is, each model's 3 or 4 pieces. They're not on their bases yet. You got to glue them all together. You got to figure out how they're going to assemble. A lot of work. So. But that's part of the fun for me as a miniature gamer. So just set some time aside, build them up first. And don't feel like you have to build everybody. Look at the first mission, figure out your points, build the 3 or 4 Vanguard you're going to need, build the 10 or 12. You don't have to build all 50 models to play the game, basically. So grab your models, grab your cards, lay the tiles out to match the mission. And then now you're almost ready to start. You got to figure out the Vanguard's starting TAC-net pool. So this is a really interesting mechanic for the Vanguard, which tracks their tactical points, kind of like it's the amount of data they're getting from their sort of like their spaceship and they've got these really high-tech helmets that can transmit targeting information back and forth, and the TAC-net is sort of all that coming together. So you're going to roll a D6 and add in the best tactical rating of your soldier from the selected force you chose. So, for example, the heroes might have 4 tactical rating, a regular guy might have 2, and a grunt might have 1. So if you've only got sort of the regular dudes, you're going to have your best number is going to be 2. So you're going to roll a D6, add 2 to that, and if that's your situation, and that's how many how many tokens go in your TAC-net pool. And then you're also, the very final thing you're going to do before you start is place any strategic points. And I'm going to describe strategic points in detail a little bit later. Basically, these are cool objectives. They could be mission objectives. They could just be little bonus things. Like it might be a med station that's placed on a tile somewhere. And if the strain, the biological bad guys manage to infect one of your mighty soldiers, if you get to one of these stations, they'll heal you up and remove the infection, for example. So there's little stations like that. There's also places that'll increase the nanobot spores for the strain guys. So there's little objectives, or sub-objectives, I should say, that are placed around the board as well. And you choose those and deploy them in an alternating way, so they're not always in the same spot every time either.
Yeah.
That's setup. Any questions about setup, Craig?
No, it's interesting because it's not like you have a deployment zone. In most of the missions, you are forced to divide your guys, which I think is very interesting and sort of forces you to mix it up right from the very beginning, and kind of ties in with the mission objectives in each mission. So it's very dynamic as you go forward.
Yeah, and the missions do stage out. Like in the very first mission, it's the airlock breach, and you guys do start one little spot, and they work through the airlock and try to activate a station that'll purify the air and give them a beachhead. And then the second mission is the beachhead, and that's the one, as Craig described, your Vanguard forces sort of split up, and while they're trying to hack the computer and get control of some of the systems, while that's happening, the strain are pressing in with huge hordes from 2 flanks, and you're trying to hold them off, and just long enough to reactivate the computer and figure out what's going on and get some of the defense systems up, and then you just go from there. So it really does feel like you're telling a story of invading a space station and trying to take it back.
Yep.
All right, so let's talk about how the game actually plays. So the very first thing you can do is roll for deployment, and the high roll gets to choose to deploy first or second. And in most missions, there are little zones on the map where you're going to deploy. Then you're going to roll for initiative, and that's who's going to go first. And then you're going to alternate. So Craig's going to activate all of his guys. Let's say he's playing Vanguard, and then when he's done, I'm going to activate all of my guys, and then it's his turn again. And we go back and forth until the game ends from either a mission objective being achieved or total party kill, one or the other. Usually it's somewhere in the middle. When it's your turn, you're going to go through a couple things. First of all, you're going to go through your what we call the force phase or force management phase. Now, this is just a generic term for really interesting because there's actually a separate phase description whether you're playing the Vanguard or the Strain. And it's interesting but they call it this generic force management because you basically plug in whatever the phase is for the faction. So I can imagine eventually a third faction being introduced with its own force management phase. And this is really where the models start to or the forces start to feel unique.
Yeah.
So we'll get more into the tactical phase, the specific phases there. But you're basically going to do something special for your army first. Then it's going to be the activation phase. And while it's your activation phase, so while it's Craig's activation phase, it's my what they call reflex phase. And like Craig and I got all excited about Dust Warfare, and now we also have seen it in Infinity, and now we're seeing it in this game. It is possible now for your side to be able to react during your opponent's turn, giving you that very dynamic feeling that seems to be becoming more and more common in miniature war games nowadays. So what's going to happen is as Craig's doing his stuff, I'm going to be watching very carefully the back of my cards and reading the reflex rule. Every one of my models has got a different kind of reflex trigger, and I'm watching to see if anything Craig does is going to break one of my triggers and allow me to interrupt him and immediately do whatever my trigger says me to do. So if I've got a range guy, it might be as soon as one of Craig's models moves into my vector, i.e. my line of sight in this game, they're called vectors. If Craig moves into my vector, I can say, oh, hold it, I'm going to fire my corrosion beam after you walked in front of me. One of my other guys' reaction might be when he gets shot, he comes towards you. So if you shoot my strain models, my little zombie guys, the basic dudes, instead of doing anything else, they get a free movement towards you and they get closer because they get really upset at you. That kind of thing.
They're very peeved.
Oh, they get peeved. So basically, Craig's going to start his activation phase. And the beginning, first thing he's going to do is do any beginning of the activation effects. And that's just usually things that are carrying over from last turn, like your guy's bleeding, or he's on fire, or he's corroding.
Bleeding, no fun. Corrosion, no fun. On fire, no fun.
Things like that.
Yeah.
Disease, maybe. Then the thing you're going to do is you're going to be able to pick two actions. But you can't do the same action more than once. So you're going to be able to choose between moving or attacking. And you can change the order. So you can attack first and move, or you can move first and attack. You can also, one of your actions could be to use as strategic points. Remember that little med console I told you about, or maybe it's a security console, or whatever the strategic point is. If he gets next to it, he can spend one of his actions activating it, and the book tells you, if you're next to a security console, this happens when you activate it, that kind of thing. And also, in the back of your card, most guys have abilities. Now, here's the thing. If it says a trait on the back of the card, traits are always active. They're like always on little abilities. Always on features. But abilities require you to spend an action to use them. So, for example, Craig, with his big heavy weapon dude, he could choose to either shoot it normally, or he could use his ability, which states, spend a tactics point and rock and roll, which means roll a d6 and get that many shots. So if he has put a tactics point on that guy more about later, he gets to use the ability instead of the regular shooting attack to get more shots. Okay? So that's basically how that works. And again, you can pick any two in any order, but you can't do it more than once. But if let's say you want to move faster, let's say you don't just want to move, which would be just every card's got its own little movement speed on it. You just move that many squares. Let's say you don't want to move just 5 squares. Let's say that's your guy's normal movement. Let's say you want to go faster than that. Well, your other choice, instead of picking two actions, you could do what they call as a focused action. And a focused action is basically saying, I'm going to spend my entire turn doing one thing. And my choices are either a focused attack or a run. A run's pretty obvious. It just doubles your movement, and you're done. If you do a focused attack, you're going to do a regular attack, but you're going to plus D6 to the roll. It's very much like boosting in War Machine. You're going to get an extra die into your die pool when you attack. So if you got a shot you really want to make, focus your shot. And I'll explain how shooting works in a second, but that's basically the deal.
Yeah.
So that's really the whole deal. There's a special phase up front, which you get to a second. Then you're going to activate each of your models in turn. You're either going to move with it or move and attack and move, or do something like that, and you're done with your guy. And then, though, a couple of things I want to highlight here. First of all, a word about doors. I kind of like how the doors work in this game. They're a little unusual. There are actually 3 kinds of doors in this game. On the board, you're going to see some very, very thin gray doors. I call these the Star Trek doors because they work just like in Star Trek. When you walk near the doors, when you're adjacent to them, when anybody's adjacent to them, they automatically open up. And as long as someone's standing next to them, they're open up. So while they're open, they don't block line of sight. When they're closed, they do block line of sight. But you can walk through them without movement penalty because they open for you automatically. So you can run through and they're closed behind you. Or you can have one guy stand there, keep the door open while another guy activates and shoots through so he can cover the corridor. So those are the Star Trek doors, the light doors. Then you got your airlocks. Now, your airlock doors are more like your traditional doors you find in most board games, and that is that you can spend a movement point to open the airlock, and once you do, the airlock stays open until someone spends a movement point to close it. Yeah. And there are also the third type of door called section doors, which are basically the same as airlock doors, but they're dividing the sections of the board. So these big blue doors that divide, moving from one board to another, basically. Now, one interesting note, when we start talking about the nanovirus clouds that fly around, well, the nanovirus tokens can fly through windows, they can fly through the Star Trek doors, but they cannot fly through airlocks or the section doors. So basically, you can use airlocks, which makes sense to lock down where those little nano tokens end up, which is kind of neat. All right. So that's it. So basically, you're going to move around. And you can move diagonally in this game, and it counts for free. So you just can run around, move your guys around, take some shots. But don't forget the big thing is, and it takes a minute to get used to this, you can always reflex in your turn. And reflex for the Vanguard is basically another shot. You're going to get to shoot now and move. And then in your opponent's turn, if he breaks your line of sight, you're probably going to get to shoot him too. There's like a couple of guys that don't shoot when they're reflexing something else, but most of the guys do that. So keep that in mind as you're moving around the board. But one thing about reflexing is you only get one reflex shot once during your per model for your opponent's turn.
Frosty.
Right. So for your basic guys, I might run up a little dude in front of you and try to draw you off fire. And once you waste your reflex shot, now I've got a better model and come in without risking shot. But as Craig mentioned, there's a special ability on the basic troopers that can spend a tactics point and an action to go frosty, meaning they get 2 reflex shots instead of 1. So you can do some really neat things. And as you can start to imagine, well, as you can hear, the rules are simple, but as you start to read the cards and learn about all the cool, fancy moves everybody has, that's where the game's depth comes from when the interesting tactical options show up. All right, so let's talk about combat real quick. It's actually pretty simple, okay? You're going to see, well, Craig, does movement and everything make sense so far?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's very, very simple. I like the way the doors work. I'm very intrigued. I'm not intrigued. I just really like the way the doors work. The Star Trek doors and the airlock doors, and the sections still confuse me a little bit, but that's just, me.
Yeah. So then there's combat. Now you're going to notice on each character's card, on the bottom half of his card, and let's describe the cards for a second. What do the cards kind of look like? Can you describe them for everybody?
I could. The cards have a picture of the model because they're keyed to specific model, exact models. Then it has the name of the model across the top, if memory serves. Yes. I am doing this from memory. And then at the bottom, it has a couple of stats like the cost and how many tactics points it comes with and things like that. And then there's 2 sections. There's a stat block for the model with its things like its movement and its armor and things like that are keyed to little icons. And then at the bottom, there's a stat block for its weapons and attacks.
Yes. And it'll list each weapon attack type. So, and it might be different weapons, like you might see a sword and then it's gun, or it might be the same weapon that can fire different modes. So there's some guns that can like overcharge their energy, or as you mentioned before, might have different shooting types. So it'll just list the name of the attack type and then the stats for that as well. And one of the stats next to the weapon is range, and you're going to see a C, an S, an M, or an L there. And the C is close combat, meaning it can only fight things that are adjacent to you. Then you got your S, M, and L, which is short, medium, and long range. And your range bands are always 4-inch increments. So short range is out to inches, squares. So your short range is out to 4 squares. Medium range is going to be 4 plus 4 is 8. And then long range is going to be 12 squares. So it's not super long ranges, but again, because you're inside of a space station, there's lots of walls and stuff, 12 is actually very far away. The other thing to remember is, with the exception of the C, the close combat, you can always shoot past your maximum range. It's just that it's really hard to hit. So once you shoot past, if you have a short-range weapon, S, and you're shooting 5 squares away instead of 4, you can do that. You just -6 to hit, which you're going to find out in a second. It's kind of huge. But you can do it in a pinch.
Right.
Now, when you're going to shoot somebody, what you're going to do is you're going to roll 3d6. And remember, if you did a focused attack, you're going to roll 4d6. But for the most part, you're going to roll 3d6. You're going to add your dice together. You're going to add the mod for the weapon. So what you're going to look at, when you look at your weapon you're firing, in addition to the range, you're going to see a number there under the word mod, which is the modifier to hit. So it might be +4, might be +5, might be +6, depending on the weapon or whatever it is. So you're going to take that and add it to your die roll. And what you're looking to do is equal or exceed your target model, his defensive value. And there's a little shield with the number on that. So the Weedy Strain's defensive value might be a 12, which on 3d6 seems pretty easy to hit. But the Vanguard's defenses start at like what, Craig? Like 16 or something for the regular dudes?
Yeah, it's up there.
It's pretty high.
17 maybe. Even.
Yeah, that's a hard shot on 3 dice. It's not guaranteed by any stretch of the imagination. Now with the mods, it helps. Some of the mods are +3, but the better guys are +4 or +6 sometimes. So you're gonna remember, if you focus, you get extra die. So it is very much like War Machine's boosting mechanic.
Right.
One thing to remember is this game has what they call open dice, but what most gamers call exploding dice. So exploding dice mean that when you roll a 6, right, you keep the 6 you rolled, but then you get to roll an additional die and add it into the pool. So if I roll a 2, a 1, and a 6 for a total of 9, that's only 9, but don't forget the 6 explodes. So roll another die. Let's say I roll a 4. Now I've got a 2, a 1, a 6, and add in 4 more. I just went from 9 to 13, which now hit from a miss, right? So that's boom, that's a good hit. Now what's also interesting about this die roll, though, is, as they'll say on the back of the box, It's an innovative one roll to figure out damage and to hit. And what they mean by that is, so you take that roll, you're going to hit the enemy. Now you got to figure out how much damage you do. Well, damage is indicated on the weapon stat again. So it'll say the range of the weapon, it'll say the mod to hit, and then it'll say damage. And damage is usually two numbers separated by a slash. So it might say 5/3. So the number in front of the slash is the base damage of the weapon. That's going to do 5 points if I hit you. The number after the slash is the damage per stage.
Which is pretty cool.
So staging is every time you roll a 6, you get the staging damage bonus. So my example before, if I rolled 1 6 to hit you, I would get the 5 points of damage base because I hit you, and then because I rolled at least 1 6, I get the stage of 3 added onto that. So now I've gone from 5 to 8 points. And any other 6 I had rolled in that dice pool also adds 3. So if I roll 2 6s, it's 5 plus 3 plus 3. So now I'm at 11 points of damage. So it can really jack up there if you get a good roll of 6s. So those 6s, you get really excited. You start to roll 6s and add them to the pool. Oh, yeah, I got another 6. And you're really maxing out the damage. So it's really pretty cool. A really nice shot can really mess up a bad guy. So it's got that feeling of there's always a chance to nail the dude. What'd you think of the basic combat mechanics, Craig?
I liked them a lot. They're very easy. They're very quick to pick up on. The only thing that seemed sometimes frustrating to me, mainly because I don't roll a lot of 6s, is the exploding dice mechanic. The only time once you've rolled that many 6s, I didn't see anything that I couldn't hit with like 2 or 3 6s.
Right.
So once you have those 6s, you're hitting. The only thing you're re-rolling for are getting those staging bonuses. So it basically... You're re-rolling the 6, hoping for a 6 for the most part. I mean, there will be times when you only roll 1 6, and that re-roll is going to be huge. But for the most part, it felt like those rolls were, and those keep exploding too.
Oh yes.
But at that point, it felt kind of like I was like, woohoo, firing into the ceiling because there was really no need to shoot that much ammunition at that point. But
and it does feel like bad luck when the guy's only got 2 wounds left and you hit him and you're going to kill him anyway. And then you roll 6 6. You're like, oh, that would have been 20 points of damage. I blew away the regular dude. But it is kind of a neat mechanic.
What are you going to do?
Now, one thing that's confusing in the book is all the different modifiers to hit. And it's confusing because there's not a nice, neat, easy-to-read table someplace. It's kind of sprinkled throughout the book. And they've already sort of tweaked it on the forums a little bit to make it clearer. So I would recommend going to Board Game Geek, and a couple of the fans there have made some really easy-to-read, quick reference sheets that should have been in the game but weren't, unfortunately. But to print them out. But there are a bunch of different modifiers. So, for example, if you're in cover, it's plus 3 to the model's defense. So it's basically minus 3 to hit, however you want to look at it. If you're firing into close combat, this is an interesting mechanic. It's minus 3 to hit, plus it's also an additional minus 1 per adjacent attacker ally. So each of your friends near a guy you're trying to shoot hand in combat is a minus 1 to you because you're trying to spend more time not hitting them, if it makes sense. So if he's in hand combat and he's got 3 allies next to him on your side, that's going to be minus 6 total because it's minus 3 plus minus each one of the guys there. So it gets confusing, but if you see it written properly on the quick reference cards, it makes a little more sense. Prone is interesting. You can choose to go prone, but you can also get knocked prone pretty easily in this game from a lot of different reasons. There's special effects from some different weapons that have it. There are grenade launch you can do it. Grenade launch has got a cool thing. Someone's been watching Mass Effect. It's got like singularity grenades. They levitate you in the air and get you all stuck. That's pretty cool. But anyway, if you're prone, range attacks are plus 3 to hit you. But get this, Craig, close combat attacks get an additional D6 when attacking you when you're prone. So knocking a guy down. Remember that happened in our game, I think, once there.
Yeah, no, it did.
And let's see also, I mentioned before, firing long range over your maximum range is a minus 6 to hit.
Right.
And there's some things that get you stuck. There's like goop and stuff, and that also is plus D6.
It's very odd that there isn't just a table that tells you that.
Yeah, there is a table, but it doesn't have everything in it, so you got to look elsewhere too. So really a shortcoming is not a quick reference card. Fortunately, it's been taken care of on Board Game Geek. That's nice to have, but again, that's not an oversight. Should have been in the core game.
Yeah.
Now, that's the whole core mechanics there. Real quick on the reflexes again. While it's thing to remember, this game that makes it really cool and very Infinity-like and gives it a lot of depth and it makes it feel very tactical because all of a sudden you're leaving your guys in corners and making sure they're watching doors because you got this reflex thing. So make sure you watch the back of your card, watch for the reflex actions. And remember, not all your guys have the same reflex. Like, for example, most of the Vanguard guys' reflexes, when an enemy moves that they can see, they can shoot him. But the main leader, Kara, she's a hand-to-hand combat person, and her deal is she'll swing at you if you swing at her in hand-to-hand combat. So you got
she's brutal.
And she's awesome. But you're tempted to think she's like a regular guy and use her as a gun turret, but she's not that. So you gotta watch it. She's got some really cool abilities. Like one of her abilities is she can use her action to give someone else a free action, which is huge. So there's some really neat tactical options in the game, just based on the back of the cards. So make sure you read those cards once you get the game to get sort of a feeling of what you can do because there's a lot going on there.
Right.
what were some of the examples of reflexes, Craig? Can you think of any that I didn't cover already?
No. Well, no. I mean, the only ones I know of are there's the shooting reflexes, then there's the hand-to-hand combat reflex, and then there's the moving if you're getting shot at reflex.
Yep.
Those are the only ones that I've encountered.
So, and it depends. They say what they are in the car. Like, for example, the one super ninja bad guy, strain one there that's got the sort of the Lichter hooks that shoot out. Her reflexes, she's got this move called Prowl. And Prowl allows her to move 4 squares, pretty much ignoring anything in her way because she's like rocking on the ceiling or something.
Uh-huh.
And her reflex is if she gets shot at, she can prowl towards you. So basically, she just gets close to like running the ceiling, which is pretty scary.
That's not so good.
So they got some really cool stuff like that in there. So basically, shoot to kill these things. If you don't kill them, they're going to be on you.
Yeah, they weren't so tough. I killed her in one shot with Kara in the hand-to-hand.
You did. She's awesome. And had cool abilities. Like she has a thing where normally you only get one attack, but she's got a special ability called it does all of her attacks. So basically, she shoots you with a claw. If she hits you, she'll reel you in. Then she can attack you again with one claw. Then she can attack you again with the other claw. So she did all that to Kara and didn't quite kill her. And then Kara like drew her mono knife and just cut the thing down. It's pretty awesome.
Mono knife has a special rule that allows her to keep attacking until she misses. But I didn't need it.
Didn't need it. Just cut me down like a dog. I think you rolled a bunch of 6s that time, actually.
I think I did.
Might have been that time. Yeah. All right.
Well, she adds an extra die, too. So you're rolling 4 dice with her all the time when you're hand in hand. And
there's some real great abilities. It's really, really cool. And once you play with her, you're like, oh, I need her every time. But she's 20 points. That's a lot of regular dudes.
That's a lot. That's 4 regular dudes, by the way.
It is, yes. So let's talk about that force management phase. Remember the beginning of your turn, you got force management. What's that about? Well, they're very different depending on if you're playing the Vanguard or the Strain.
Yeah.
The Vanguard's deal is that they get to increase the size of their TACnet pool. So remember, the starting of the game, we're going to roll a d6, add your best tactical rating, and that's your starting pool. But then, at the start of each of the Vanguard player's turn, he's going to increase the TACnet pool based on the largest tactical rating in his current available force. So as long as, for example, Kira's still alive, her tactical rating's 4, she's adding 4 to the pool. If I manage to kill her, now you're down to your next best person with maybe a 2, he's adding 2 to the pool a turn. So you're going to take some tokens out, put them in your pool, now you're ready to go. Now you got 2 things you can do with that tactical pool during the force management phase. First thing is the soldiers can access the TACnet. So what you're going to do is going to take tokens from the pool and put them on individual soldiers' cards. And what that's allowing you to do is assign the tokens to the soldiers. And you want to do this because a lot of the soldiers' abilities require you spend a tactical token to make them happen. So, for example, that rock and roll ability, the grenade launcher's got an ability that allows her to shoot through intervening models. So all models block line of sight in this game, but the grenade launcher can shoot basically through them or bounce around the corner. But you need to spend a tactical point. So you got to get these tactical points on your guys for them to do all their cool moves. So you're going to do that. But in addition to that, there's also an ability called target designation. So if you can imagine, I envision this as like they're all wearing helmets on the Vanguard side. So I imagine those little targeting reticles clicking in on enemy targets and painting the targets. Right. So basically, target designation means you can take some of these tactical points and you can spend them and put these little target tokens on strain models. And you can put them on any strain model that one of your Vanguards can see. And by putting them on there, when you're going to go shoot that model, you can then remove the targeting point and get a +3 to the shot to hit. Yeah. Which can be huge if the model's in cover or naturally difficult to hit, or maybe it's in hand-to-hand combat and you're looking at -6 or whatever. So you can do that, and you can stack those babies up. So you can really start painting targets. But again, if you're spending your tokens on that, you're not putting them on your guys, which maybe you need that for your abilities. So if you get a really good initial tac pool roll, you may not have to worry about it too much. But as the game progresses, those tactical points are going to become very valuable. What do you think of the tactical mechanics, Craig?
I really enjoyed them. I really enjoyed the feel of the TACnet. And how it kind of tied all the guys together and made them more of a team because of the way that you could use their special abilities sort of to protect each other or to become more aware of their surroundings, so they could do multiple reflex actions.
Yes. Frosty. Yep.
Yeah. Stay frosty.
Well, Kira's was cool too because she could spend the tactical point to have another model shoot. And I think that was used a couple times to make the grenade launcher shoot twice a turn, which was huge because that lets you put 2 of these templates down that just sort of stayed there and blocked off whole corridors. So the grenade launcher guy may not be killing lots of guys, or you might be if the strain guy's making silly mistakes, but he's still locking down corridors and preventing access and buying time. And in a lot of
because what you've got to do is control the board for that mission anyway. You needed to control the board for 4 turns?
Yep. Yeah,
once you get to the once you get to the panel and you activate the panel.
Yep.
And so what we were doing, there's literally probably like 5 or 6 different ways for them to get to that area. But with those 2 models working together through the TACnet, you could lock down 2 of those and you've almost limited him to half the normal, so
yeah,
it was huge. Yeah.
So I was trying to kill that grenade launcher. I was working
it. Yeah, yes, you were.
And yes, you stupid rock and roll guy too. I was trying to kill him. I almost got him.
He's good. Yeah.
So that's the Vanguard force management phase. Now the Strains force management phase is completely different.
Right.
So, and I love this part of the game. They do a really good job with these mechanics of giving you that feeling of like a nanovirus horror force. Because what happens is there are these little cool plastic clear green or translucent green tokens, a bunch of them. And they come in the regular game too. So I remember thinking they were the Kickstarter booster thing, but they're actually in the core game as well. And these represent nanospores. Now, in the beginning of the game, you don't generally start most of the missions with any nanospores on the table, but all the regular grunts, the lowest level strain models, when they die, they explode into a cloud of nanobots, which are basically invisible, but they're marked on the table by little plastic tokens. During the Strain's force management phase, he can then move these little plastic tokens around. Now, the first thing that happens is the nanospore could cause an infection. So any non-strain models that start their turn standing on a nanospore cloud will be infected, which is bad because as models get infected, their infection can get worse and worse, and eventually they'll actually turn into a strain model, which is awesome. So basically, the Vanguard guys.
If you get into the Kickstarter, you've got a bunch of strain models that look actually like the models that they turned in from.
They do, which is even better. So that's not going to happen very often because, of course, the Vanguard player, for that to work out, since the start of the strain player's turn for this to happen, the Vanguard player has to end his turn standing on a cloud, which he will never do knowing this rule. However, what you can do is if you can get a lot of these guys out, you can actually sort of coat the room with nanoviruses. So their objective now, they've got to stand on it to get there, which makes things really interesting. But getting lots of spore counters out there is tricky, and there are lots of temptations to spend them, as I'll go to in a minute. So if you don't have any guys to infect, now you get to move your spore counters. So the spore counters all move 6. They can't run or anything, just move 6. And I mentioned before, they can go through normal Star Trek doors, but that's it. Other doors block their path. So you're going to move them around wherever you want them to be, depending on your plan. Now, getting to different places is really important because one of your options, the next thing that happens is you can start mutating guys. So basically, all your strain cards, except for the level 1 guys, the level 1 strains can't mutate, but the other strains can. And what happens is you can spend tokens that are adjacent to them to mutate them to the next level of strain. And this means that guys are going to grow into bigger dudes, more powerful guys. Guys, they could go from a model that's 12 points to a model that's 25 points without spending any points, just absorbing the nano clouds. So also, a lot of the strain models have a special ability that says they can spend an action to absorb a nearby nano cloud and heal too. So those little nano clouds become a very, very important resource for the strain player. Now also, they can mutate other things into guys also. So for example, if there's a corpse token next to you, so in some of the missions there's corpse tokens start on the table. Also, every time you kill a Vanguard player, he leaves a corpse token. You can then take the nanocloud, infect the corpse token, and poof, it turns into a level 1 strain. So that's a cool way to get it too. Also, there are strategic points that allow you to spend nanoclouds to either get more nanoclouds or to summon level 2 guys. So you basically use these nanoclouds to heal your own guys, morph them into more powerful guys, infect the enemy models, and create more soldiers as well. So as long as you've got clouds on the table, you can make more guys. So pretty insane. How do the nano guys feel to you, Craig, the nanocloud thing working?
It's really cool. They float all over the place. They threaten you. The infection thing is awesome because of the 3-stage infection element where you get infected, you get a little red disc, you get more infected, you get 2 little red discs, and you get totally infected, you've got 3, but then you're a strain. Yeah. And another cool part of the game is that when you have 2 infection levels, you can actually shoot your own guys.
Yes.
There's so much of a threat because if they just get one more, they're going to turn. And with all of the different running status things that we've got going that we'll talk about in a second, you have a good possibility of gaining one of these a turn. So it's very cool. And I like the way that the nano clouds interact with a bunch of different elements of the game so that you feel like they're 3-dimensional. They're not just like a little mechanic that got thrown in on top of everything, but it's really kind of flows through the whole game.
Yeah, that's very good. It's very right. And it's very important for the strain. It's a huge resource for them, and they really have to watch those nanoclouds, which I love. It feels very much like it's an airborne virus. And as Craig mentioned, the infection thing is really cool. The game comes with a couple of innovative things. One of them is these little red discs that are exactly the size of the base of a model. They have these 2 little pins in the bottom of them that snap into the bases, and they can stack. So as one guy gets an infection, and you can get infected a number of ways. One of them is some of the attack types for the strain. If they hit you, they do very little damage, but they infect you. So I'd snap a little red thing on one of the Craig's base and say, "Oh, you've been infected by my attack," or you could get infected by a nanocloud, for example. Once they're infected, as Craig mentioned, during the status effect phase, which we're going to go through some status effects here, you roll a d6. On a 4+, it doesn't get any worse, but on 1, 2, or 3, it gets worse. And that would mean you put another infection disc on the bottom of your model. And as Craig mentioned, when you get to 2, now you are considered, the Vanguard player could opt to shoot that guy as an opponent, even though he still has control of him because he doesn't want him to get any worse. If he gets to 3 or 4, the strain player can then convert him. Now, he could convert him at level 3, which in case he would turn at a level 1 strain. He also has the option to make him just explode into a cloud of three spore clouds, which is just a great visual. Or the strain player could opt to let him go to infection level 4. Then he could turn him directly into a level 2 strain guy, or explode him into D6 nanoclouds. Which is a great visual. And like I mentioned in an earlier episode, when I was playing with Nicole, she got one of her guys all the way to the objective, was ready to push the button, and when she rolled for the infection, it took her to level 3, and I infected her and turned her into a strain, so she had to send another guy in later. So it was really, I think it definitely adds that feeling of, oh my God, and it's great because even if I don't feel like I can get enough damage to kill you, if I can just hit you with my infection weapon, I know it's just a matter of time now, because you can never get rid of an infection unless you've got either a very specific character that does it, or you can get to one of those objective locations that has a healing place, and not all the missions have that on the board, so it can be very tough to get there. And of course, the stranger's going to try to block your access to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, what's cool about the game is the status effect rolls work the same way for everything. So basically, at the end of your turn, you're going to roll for all status effects. On a 1, 2, or 3, it goes away, or in case of infection doesn't get any worse. On a 4+, it goes away. And there are different kinds of effects. So, for example, bleeding, you put a token on your guy. At the beginning of each turn, you're going to take a wound until bleeding goes away, which is pretty brutal. You could be burning, which means you take 2 wounds a turn. You could be corroded, which means you take 3 wounds a turn. You could be crushed by like singularity or something else heavy. All kinds of cool, crazy stuff. And again, I like how these work, and they get some cool mechanics too. Like Kira, the leader, she's got a special rule that says she gets to roll 2 dice and pick the one she likes for her status effect. So it's really hard for her to get infection to get worse or to really bleed out. So some nice little mechanics like that floating around the game. And that's pretty much most of it. A couple of the quick things I wanted to mention, some of the cool strategic objectives that add some fluff to the game. The Vanguard have places like Auto Dock, we talked about that, heals your wounds and gets you uninfected. You got the life support system, which actually can be used to vent areas, so they can remove, they can pick a 4x4 area of the board and suck up all the nanoclouds that are there. So if the guy's been building them up in a certain spot, he can get them off the table. There's a security terminal, which allows you to add free tactical counters to your guys. And there's really, really cool teleportation control, which is not in every mission, lets you teleport you guys around the table, which is pretty neat. Use that sort of Terminator feel. Space Hulk Terminator feel. And then the Strain has a bunch of cool locations too. I think I mentioned some of them. They've got a couple of them that are basically spawn points, so they don't need corpses to spawn. So basically just send their nanoclouds there and they can spawn level 1 or level 2 places. They've got a cool gestation vent, I think it's called. Well, no, the Spore Engine, which lets the Spore Engine, I could send a Spore Cloud there and have a guy there to activate it, and then it generates D6 Spore Clouds. So they can basically start farming spores with this once they get enough spores to do it. All kinds of crazy stuff going on there. And we already talked about some example abilities like the grenade launcher and the rock and roll, and there's these cool beams that can pass through guys and nail them. So there's a lot of cool action. I think the real key to this game is just take a look at the cards, because there's so many cool options there and ways the game can play differently just by taking a different loadout for your squad or for the Strain as well.
Yeah.
That's really the core game itself. That's how it plays. And Craig, any questions about that stuff before we go on to how they support the game?
No, I got it all, and I saw that all in action, and it's really cool and scary.
Okay. Well, one thing, it is good that they're supporting the game, because I mentioned a couple shortcomings here. One of them was the reference cards are missing, and some of the modifier rules are look clunky and hard to figure out. Well, fortunately, they've clarified a lot of that on their website. If you go to the seditionwars.com and click the forums button, it's all clarified there officially. They got some great sheets you can print out. Really helps it. But that does make it feel like a miniature game in all the ways that are good and bad. You know, miniature games are typically, the rules are sort of always in flux after they launch, and they're refined. And this has that very much feel of a board game designed by miniature gamers, because they're constantly refining their rules, which is okay. And at least they're doing it. But, just be aware of that. If you're a board gamer who likes to get your game complete in a box without having to look anywhere, this is probably may not be for you, because it does have some of that stuff going on.
Right.
So I think it's time for final thoughts, Craig.
Alrighty.
But before we get there, We need to describe the patent-pending D6G rating system. So, Craig, in the style of a panicked space soldier,
not space marine.
No. Infected and surrounded by former humans mutated by a Promethean nanovirus.
Oh, Jesus.
Please describe the patent-pending D6G rating system.
Oh, okay. I'm going to break my own audible rule. Ready? Oh my God! They're everywhere! Oh, what is this going on? Okay, really quickly, I'm gonna rate the infection that we're going right now. I think it's a 2+. It's a 2+. Oh, you don't know what that means. Basically, the lower the number, the better. Oh, I mean worse in this case. Anyway, I'm a 6. It's a 6 over here. Anyway, the lower the number, the better. And then no matter what's gonna happen next, sometimes we'll actually do a re-roll, which isn't really half, but counted as half. Math idiots. And the lower the better.
Thank you, Craig. That was excellent.
Right.
And your static was much better than the audible static.
Oh, well, that's good, because that was pretty... I am Adam. And I am the alpha. Anyway.
I'm at the same part. I think I just passed that part. That's funny. Yeah. All right, you want to go first?
No, I want you to go first.
All right. Well, let's see. I'll start off with what I really like about this game. I do not regret my purchase in any way, and I'm not just saying that because of the awesome amount of plastic I got for cheap.
It's really kind of crazy.
Although it is. I mean, I'm already rebasing all my Infinity models to the new bases because I have so many more models I could ever use. But I really like the force selection system. They did a great job with making all the models different and yet tactically flexible, and you want them all on your list. You're going to look at these models and you're going to look at these cards, and you're going to say, oh, I really need this guy. He's the medic. I need him. Oh, this guy can shoot through the models with a beam that can hurt everybody he shoots through. Oh, I'm going to get that. Oh, no, wait. This guy's got the grenade, which I need to shut down doors. Oh, no, the rock and roll guy's awesome. Oh, wait, the commander can give it. And you're going to want to have them all.
Yeah.
Which is exactly the problem you have in a miniature war game, right? So many cool choices, but you got to fit it in your point value. And it makes it feel like a miniature war game on a board. So I'd say it would be a great game to introduce you into the miniature wargaming world in that way, except there's some issues that I'll get to in a second that I don't think make it a great introductory game. But if you're a miniature wargamer who would like a board game that you can break out with your friends and show them that kind of stuff without them having to learn, have to own their own miniature wargame army, this is a great game for that. It does feel extremely tactical. If you like the Dark Quarter feelings of Space Hulk and that kind of thing, but maybe you like a little more variety in your bad guys, for example, this game's got that in spades because the enemy faction here's got just as many cool toys as the Vanguard faction, so you really have a lot of interesting, and I think the mechanics here for the bad guys are really interesting too, especially those nano clouds. It really adds a lot of depth.
And it's a totally different genre.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And does a great job at it.
Yeah. It feels very, very tactical in that way. You can feel, I don't know, Craig, if you felt that, but you feel like you want to get your guys in just the right spots and cover the right doors, and it feels great that way. I really like the reflex system. I think it's a great call in this game because it's got self-imposed. We've talked about Infinity. Infinity is great with very low line of sight. As soon as you get into large tables, Infinity sort of, doesn't like that kind of situation. This game's got the built-in short line of sights because it is inside of a space station. Works really nicely there. And the limited reflex options, you don't feel overwhelmed maybe like you do in Infinity with so many choices. So it's a great introduction to that. You got one choice. If they don't break that rule, you can't do anything. And you can only do it once. So you just kind of turn your guys around and mark what's on a gun and you're fine. Right. I love how unique each model is. It's fantastic. And because of the force selection, it's almost a new game every time. And the value is just silly good. From a miniature wargamer point of view, it's silly good value. And because the bases can be used in other games, and because I think the weapons can be swapped out for Infinity or other stuff, you got a lot of value here from conversion point of view. So as just an addition to your bits box, it's a no-brainer. Even at the regular $90, 50 models price point, I think it's still a great deal. But it's also a nice board game in here. I really think there's a nice game, nice mechanics. It's a fun game. I'm really looking forward to showing it to my brother, getting him into it. Got a couple gamers at our local store that really like it already, and it's great because sometimes I get there early and there's only one other person to play with, so it's a great two-player game for that environment.
We had fun playing with multiple.
Yeah, and we did, and we actually had fun with. We had a listener play with us at TempleCon, and you can split it up because you can have team play. You have a couple guys take a couple guys.
Matt Rendar,
exactly right. Yes, thank you, Matt, for playing with us.
Who was walking around with the aliens minigun rig? So I gave him all the heavy weapons.
Yeah, he was kind of rock and rolling all the time there. He was good for that character. So I do have some issues with the game, though. It's definitely not all rosy. The board warping is really bad, and I'm really disappointed there. And I Hopefully, Cool Mini or Not will not make the same mistake with Rivet Wars, guys. Otherwise, it was that was one issue. And as we mentioned earlier, the printing itself on the boards, even if the board stayed flat, they are kind of hard to see visually and see where the spaces start and stop. So, unfortunately, the graphic design, such a great job with Zombie Side on that front. Not so good here. Tracking the cards. Oh, so one of the things they did was they have wound tracking on the bottom of each card. And what they suggest in the book is take a paper clip and stick it to the bottom of the card and slide it up and down the wound track. So, it goes from 8 to 0 on some models, and you slide it down and you take wounds. This works fine for the Vanguard, who all their models are very different. They're usually armed differently, and there's not a lot of them, maybe 5 or 6 or 7 Vanguard models. It doesn't work so well for the Strain because the Strain are going to have lots of regular grunts, and having to try to find the right card for the right grunt, you're just better off putting little markers on the board next to the guy who's wounded until they're dead, kind of like you do in Descent or a miniature war game. So that idea was kind of neat in concept, but doesn't really execute well in practice, at least for the Strain side. I would have preferred some wound tokens for that. And a big fill on the no quick reference sheet. I mean, I can get print them on Board Game Geek, that's fine, but guys, when you make a game, it should be self-contained, ready to rock out of the box. I think it's really going to be what hurts this. I think miniature gamers are going to love it as a miniature game and a board. It's not going to transcend the genre, unfortunately, for me, because it doesn't have that easy to, Right. Plus, you got to assemble stuff, too. So it's two cautions here for board gamers. One, miniature assembly is not a trivial task, okay?
Right.
They go together pretty easily with a little bit of glue. They stick together on the bases fine. You don't need to pin them or anything, or at least I didn't have to pin them. But you're going to want to look online for the instructions for the bigger dudes. There's a lot of bits there. It is intimidating if you're not used to assembling models before. So
come with the instructions?
No, there's no instructions for assembling the biggest. It's online. And there are some miniature games that do that too, which is fine. If you're a miniature gamer, you've seen all this before. There's nothing new here. I'm preaching to the choir. But if you're a board gamer thinking this might be a fun put your toe in the water thing, it could be, but just be aware you're going to get the full immersion into all the goods and bads of miniature gaming, right? Morphing rules, hard to assemble models. Well, not hard to assemble, but lots of bits to the models. But there are good sockets on them. You should be able to figure it out if you kind of know what it's supposed to look like in the end. So I don't want to bash it too much. I love the game. I'm very happy with it. I'm looking forward to play with it. All the other guys who I know who purchased it are happy with it. No one's bummed about it, but they all know what they were getting into as well. So just be advised, you know what you're getting there.
So what do you give it?
Here's what I'm going to do. All right.
Tell you what I'm going
to do an unconventional rating system here. I'm going to give this a 5+.
Really?
Which is a bad rating for the average board gamer. Okay, because I think the intimidation factor of the models, the rule digestion, and the warpy boards are going to put them off. However, I'm going to give it a +2, making it a 3+ for any miniature wargamer who also likes board games. So I'm going to say it's a 3+ for miniature gamers who would like a great board game. I'm going to say it's a 5+ just due to the difficulty of jumping into it for a board gamer. I don't know if that's fair, but that's what I'm going with. That's what I think.
Wow. All right.
What do you think?
I enjoyed the gameplay. I really felt like it was sort of unbalanced in the first play that I did, but I think that was a lot to do with the luck that I was having.
It could be.
And I mean, which kind of stinks when you spend a finite resource to get D6 shots and you roll 1 3 times in a row. You start to wonder whether it's really worth that finite resource.
Yeah, but as I remind you in that game, if you spend your full action for rock and roll, you get automatic 6 shots.
Right, but how often in that game where everything is so dynamic and you're constantly having to maneuver, can you just stand still and shoot?
Sounds like poor planning.
Very, very seldom.
Poor planning.
Very seldom.
Just teasing. Just teasing. Go on.
And everything's moving around. So no. So I think it's a legitimate tactical decision you have to make rather than just a bad balance issue.
Which I like. Yeah, cool.
Exactly. I like the universe. I like the way it's shaping up. I'm not a huge fan with the genre of the nano clouds and the blah blah blahs and the yada yada yadas from the video game world. But I like the way that it ties in with the sci-fi that I am familiar with. And
what was the book we just read where the space station got infected? It reminded me of that. And they fly the space station. What was it called? So like the detective dude there and all the guy. Was it Leviathan Awakes?
Was it something Rising?
Yes.
It was
Leviathan
Awakes.
Yeah, it very much reminded me of that book because that's basically what happens there, right? Big infection on the space station.
Right, yeah.
Promethean virus, yeah.
And it's gross and it changes people and heads are crawling around.
Uses the biomass to build something evil. It's awesome.
Exactly. Right. Well, you don't know that it's evil. Why you got to be all judgmental?
Sorry, my bad.
Anyway, the boards confuse me. The boards to me say that this game was rushed out before it had time to mature. and they had time to really okay all of their materials, or they really got woohoo by the manufacturer.
Yeah, that could be.
Because either your prototypes didn't do this, in which case you really got,
hosed
the shaft by your producer, and they changed their efforts after they gave you the prototypes, or you didn't get prototypes. Because I don't think you would have okayed this kind of, because it's not like it takes a long time for this to happen.
Right.
I mean, right out of the box, it happened. We saw the demo tables at TempleCon. They were warping as you watched the demos.
Right.
So that's very disappointing. And another thing that's kind of disappointing to me is the cards. The cards are very, very thin.
That's true. I had to mention that. That'd be great.
They're not heavy card stock. They're very, very thin sheet plastic. The material.
Yeah.
And there's a printing error on a bunch of them, where some of them you flip them over and you're looking at the same side, and then some of them you flip them over and you're looking at upside down, and which isn't that big a deal, but it means because which is another issue I have with the cards, you constantly have to flip from the front to the back, because you need to know all of your special rules are on the back and all of your stats are on the front, so you're constantly flipping, which means you can't just put your tactical coins on them. You kind of have to put the tactical coins near them. So these are all minor issues. I don't want to give people the impression that they detract from the game overall. It's just it's easier, and you can do this with most of them. Go through your deck of cards and find 2 cards for the same guy,
right,
and put them next to each other. So you've got one on one side, one on the other. So you've got all your information right there. Which is relatively easy to do for most of them. Some of them don't, unique people, maybe not, but most of them you're going to have 2 cards.
Right.
And the wound tracking, I agree with you completely. The expecting somebody to do it with a paperclip is, I think that's kind of abdicating your responsibility as a designer, because that's like, we meant to have some sort of clippy thing here, but we don't, and so use a paperclip.
Right.
So I didn't like that at all. But I did like the game. The models are amazing. I do think it's even with the warpage and the thin cards, I do think that it is a great value for your cash because of the miniatures. I would love to see the game slightly updated with better boards and better cards, although I don't think that's ever going to happen, but who knows. So I am going to give it a 4+ for your average gamer, not breaking it out mini versus board.
Yep.
And I'll give it a +1 to anybody who really loves this kind of MMO or computer game or storyline where you're the sci-fi horror mashup.
Yep.
So that's what I'm going to do.
Nice.
3+. That's what I got.
That's a stronger rating than I gave it. I like, one thing I wanted to mention is that Josh and I are already talking about the idea maybe of, I think the game would play fine if you just changed squares to inches.
Oh, yeah.
And then used regular terrain and just dumped the boards and set up your own little environments. I think it would play just fine that way.
Although I do have all this Star Wars terrain.
See, there you go. Oh, bring that in next week. We'll try that out.
Ooh, interesting.
Okay. And that is Sedition Wars.
That it is.
The D6 Generation Podcast. All of the mysteries of gamer culture revealed. The D6 Generation. Born to game.
And of course, we're in the middle of winter, and now we're in literally the middle of February, and that is where things start to look dark and bleak and cold, especially here after a big giant blizzard. And what is better to do in the middle of a big giant cold dark blizzard than think about vacations?
Exactly. And if you're looking at Geek Nation Tours, and you should be, go to geeknationtours.com, and you're looking at all the great tours. We keep talking about this every time. And you're looking at the Gen Con tour, and you're thinking, you know what? It'd be cool to go to Gen Con. I wonder if Russ and Craig, are going to be part of this thing. We are at the welcome dinner.
Yeah.
We're there in our fancy little jerseys with our little logo on the front there, and we're giving out swag, giving out patches, buttons, whatever it takes. But also
many other people in the industry who will be giving out swag.
Exactly right. But here's the thing you remember about this tour. It is a fantastic tour, but space is limited. Terrace just told us that they're starting to fill up for the Gen Con tour. So if you're thinking about this Gen Con thing, get in there now. Call up Geek Nation Tours. Tell them 2 things. First of all, tell them to make sure that, A, you want the patch, because if you sign up for Gates Stores, tell them you heard on the D6G and you get a patch. And B, tell them that you want to go to the Gen Con show. And C, tell them that you do want to participate in the Star Wars RPG that Ross Watson will be running exclusively for Geek Nation Tours participants.
Ross Watson running Star Wars. What is there not to love about that? And in case you have any doubt, you need to go check out the last chapter of Ross Watson running our Death Watch game at the last Gen Con, because he is an awesome GM, and this is your chance to actually be there.
And let's say you're like, I like Star Wars. I want to play an RPG with Ross, but I wish I could have more Star Wars in my Gen Con experience. Don't worry, Geek Nation Tours has got your back, because in addition to having Star Wars RPG with Ross Watson, also they're going to go to the Indiana State Museum and have the Star Wars Where Science Meets Imagination exhibit, where you get to hop aboard the Millennium Falcon experience. I don't even know what that is, but I want to do it now.
It sounds awesome.
Exactly. So you want to do all this stuff, just go on to geeknationtours.com, check out the Gen Con tour, and get yourself signed up. And make sure you tell Terrace you heard it on the D6G, so we get you your patch early. So when you get to Gen Con, you're sporting the patch, and you're looking like you definitely have some taste.
Or not. But at least you look like you're a listener.
Or something.
Or something. But seriously, Gen Con and Star Wars, you cannot go wrong.
geeknationtours.com.
You're listening to the D6 generation. More to game.
So, hey, Craig, remember during the resolutions episode where I resolved to have more listener participation in the show?
No.
Well, I did. And not only did I say that, but I've accomplished it.
I don't remember that.
Because sprinkled throughout this very episode, there are 2 little batches of resolutions that our listeners were kind enough to call in on our voicemail line.
Oh, look at them. They've been very active.
They have been. We got so many entries that I divided them up into 4 batches, okay, about 7 or 8 or 9 each. And so this show had 2 batches. Somewhere in the show, there was a group of guys and gals giving their resolutions. There's going to be the other batch, okay? Oh. Now, right now, though, we're going to roll a die, and Craig's going to help me pick who the winner from this episode is. And then the next episode, we're going to have 2 whole more batches because there's so many great entries. And again, we'll pick another winner from that. So it's going to be 2 winners total. And remember, the winner...
All these things people want to do.
Exactly. And the winner is going to get a pick from our D6G prize tub. I'm going to take a picture. I will send it to the winner, and the winner gets to look at the picture and choose what's in the tub. Isn't that cool? It's kind of like the Showcase Showdown, sort of. Gotcha. All right. So first thing we got to decide is which of the 2 batches in today's show has the winner in it. So there's batch 1 and batch 2. So Craig, do you have a die in front of you right now?
I do. Of course I do.
Okay. What size die? How many sides in that die, Craig?
Well, I have a 6-sided die, of course.
Excellent. So let's roll a D6 first to determine whether the winner is hiding in batch 1 or batch 2.
Let's roll a D. Okay, ready?
So 1, 2, or 3, it is batch 1. 4 plus, it is batch 2.
Here we go.
What do we got?
It is a 5.
Batch 2 is going to have the winner. Now, in batch 2, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 entrants in batch 2.
8.
Now,
excellent.
Adam snuck in 6 entries, but I'm only counting as 1. Sorry, Adam. Okay, so how you going to do this? You got D6 there again?
An 8-sided. Of course, I got an 8-sided.
You got an 8-sided? Look at you. Okay, so roll the D8, Craig.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Here we go. It's an 8.
Well, that is Adam.
Adam, look, it paid off to do 6 entries, Adam.
Adam in Massachusetts. I put all 6 entries on one line here. The 8th line, Adam, Massachusetts, is our first winner. Nice. Well done, Adam. And so listen for Adam's entries later or earlier in the show. I can't remember where we were going to put them. And thank you, Adam. I will send you, Adam, send me your email, and I will send you along and actually I have Adam's full name here. So we'll send him along. When I get your email, Adam, I will send along to you the picture you can choose from the prize tub. And thanks for entering. And thanks for all of our entrants this episode. And thanks for everybody who sent something in. There'll be more next episode as well.
Uh-huh.
After our game reviews, you'll feel like you've played the game 100 times. After our interviews, you'll feel like you've known some of the biggest names in the gaming industry for years. After a single episode, you'll feel like the time just flew by. And once the headache clears, you'll know you'll never need another gaming podcast again.
The D6 generation. born to game.
And as we've been talking about a lot over the last few months, of course, eventually you get sort of sick of all of the fiction and all this stuff. And once you start looking at the history books, it starts piquing your interest. And there's nowhere better to go if your interest is piqued than Winged Hussar Publishing.
Indeed. No, these guys, if you're a historical gamer or even you're just a history buff or would like to become a history buff, you got to check out Winged Hussar Publishing. They have some great books. I talked last time about the Julius Caesar book that was actually written.
Wars.
Yeah, the Gallic Wars written by Julius Caesar himself. So if you're looking at it, you're like, oh, the paragraph spacing's a little unusual. And, you know, this language, wait a minute, this is actually the language Julius Caesar wrote in. This is, oh my God. So, well, it's not really Latin, but it's written in his words. And it's great. It's really fascinating. You open it to the middle, start reading. It's like, oh my God, he's describing like when these bandits harassed his camp and he lost some food. It's like, this actually happened to Julius Caesar. It's sort of wild to read it in his own words. And Craig, we just got what in the mail?
We just got Frederick the Great.
Indeed, the greatest Fred of them all. Another great book.
Are no greater Freds than Frederick the Great.
I don't think so. Not too many Freds can walk around with the great in the end. And so this is another great book featuring him. It's a fantastic, really insightful read. Again, if you want a history, you got to check out Winged Hussar Publishing. And what is the website, Craig?
That would be wingedhussarpublishing.com, Russ. All one word, so it's very long. wingedhussarpublishing.com. Military, yes. Winged Hussar Publishing produces military history for students of history and for history students.
Exactly. And now, don't forget, between now and March 31st, if you use the code D6G on their website, you will save 5% off of your order right there. Just cut right off like a Gallic sword.
Ooh, nicely done. They didn't cut, though. Oh, the Gallic swords did. Okay, I'll give it to you.
That's wingedhussarpublishing.com.
This Jever Notice is brought to you by Dicing with Design. Join Colin, Grant Sensei, and the Prince of Darkness as they dissect board, card, mini, and role-playing games. Find them at dicingwithdesign.com. Did you ever notice how once a trend starts to really snowball, it seems to be everywhere? I've noticed this off and on, of course, through my life, and I'm sure most of you have also. But seriously, currently, of course, the thing that is everywhere has got to be Kickstarter. Kickstarter for games in particular, of course, is what I'm thinking. And you've got to look at it from my point of view, because that's where I'm looking at it from. And I didn't even realize how much Kickstarter we had in this show, the recent episodes, not just this episode, until I started thinking about, oh my God, we seem to be talking about this all the time. And sure enough, I mean, you guys probably noticed this long before I did, Forest for the Trees and all, but this really is the new reality that we're living in as far as the gaming industry is concerned. And I've got a lot of different thoughts about it, and I thought that I would share them with you. I was going to do a tribal psychology thing about gamers who get really defensive when their particular self-identified tribe is attacked, but I think I'm a little too close to that, so I'm gonna wait and do that in another episode. But the Kickstarter thing, and I hope this isn't like jumping the shark Kickstarter-wise, because I've realized that you've already been Kickstartered out. I mean, the episode had half of it was about Kickstarter. The review was about a game that was done on Kickstarter. And then, of course, half the shout-outs are now Kickstarters. And half the ads are talking about Kickstarters. So, my God, Kickstarters are ridiculously prevalent. And it's interesting to me because you can look at a lot of these different Kickstarters and a lot of these different ways of approaching Kickstarter. And you have to start thinking that the very concept of the Kickstarter or the goal of the Kickstarter is got to be lost somewhere in that noise because there's so many different ways that it's being approached now. I mean, I myself am in a Kickstarter now, which is crazy to me because I'm looking at Kickstarter going, I don't get it. I don't understand it. And yet at the same time, a very large chunk of my current life is wrapped up in and in the hands of a Kickstarter. So that what the Wild West Exodus Kickstarter, which is going quite well. I look at the comments. I'm on the comments like literally once or twice an hour minimum, reading all the different comments, seeing how the Dark Council team has been responding to literally everything, nearly everything that's been asked of them. And then I look at, of course, I've been watching very closely the Beyond the Gates of Antares Kickstarter after talking to Rick in this episode. And I don't understand. Like the people who pledge these things and then go on there and complain. It hasn't been any yet that I've seen for Wild West Exodus, but there's a lot of like bitter people commenting on the Gates of Antares. And you notice it in a bunch of, actually. Then I went to the Realmworks one, and I've been to a bunch of them that we're connected with now because of both our advertisers and just friends of the show. And I'm stunned. And I think one of the reasons that I'm stunned is because I think if you're looking at Kickstarter for games, there's one company that's really shaped expectation, and that would be actually two. That would be Cool Mini or Not, who have these amazing, mainly we're looking at Zombicide and Sedition Wars, where literally over 100 models could have been had for extremely cheap. And then, of course, you had the Reaper Bones Kickstarter, which was my second Kickstarter. And you all, of course, know that my first Kickstarter I'm still bent out of shape about that. Up to and including the fact that he was at the same convention I was just at selling stuff. So I don't get that. I don't get it. I'm not going to get it. I guess I'm just going to stop complaining because I just don't get it. Which is another thing where Kickstarter, and I talked about this before, where you have the intersection of actual businessmen and the realm of the amateur who's now got these tools at his disposal to look like a businessman. So that's intriguing. But seriously, the thing that I'm looking at most is the stretch goals and what the stretch goals have come to or what gamers have come to expect of these stretch goals is phenomenal to me, because as Rick was saying in the interview, he doesn't understand how there's no way a company can do this and make money. And you're looking at, I think the latest number I was told was $20,000 for one small sprue of like 5 to 10 guys. So $20,000 for one of those sprues. And these guys are giving away sprue after sprue after sprue if they've gone to plastic, or if they're going to metal spin after spin after spin, or resin cast after cast after cast. And it's very intriguing. And there's all kinds of stuff going around right now where Kickstarters are so successful they're not really able to fulfill on time. Some of them are terrified of being able to fulfill it all. If you're behind the curtains a little bit, you hear all kinds of stuff about people who are overwhelmed by their success to the point where, well, I mean, hey, maybe it's 8 or 9 months since they're supposed to have given their stuff away. Sorry, I wander off the beaten path. Anyway, so my thought is that these Kickstarters cannot last the way they're lasting much longer, because either gamers will turn on Kickstarter when companies stop doing these amazing stretch goal giveaways, or the stretch goal giveaways are going to kill a game company because of the cost. And it's not going to be some fly-by-night guy who's doing it on his own. Eventually, some big game company or some well-known person is going to be caught by this, and it's going to tank them. And it's not going to be a good thing, and I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not happy about it. I don't want anybody to fail, regardless of my New Year prediction. And I mean, seriously, I don't even get any money if I win. So I don't want. I would rather lose those points, to be totally honest. But when you get right down to it, what's going on, And I think a lot of it is, I wonder if it's me, because every group I've ever self-identified with is kind of greedy. Actors and teachers are both known for the kind of people who will eat free food until there's no food left, for instance. And gamers, kind of the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, are other Kickstarters out there running the same way with the same stretch goals? I don't think so. I think most of the stretch goals that you see are sort of like ephemeral things like, oh, and we'll mention you on the video, or we'll give you a production card and stuff like that. Whereas games are like, here, we'll give you $20,000 worth of stuff. And so it's amazing to me. And I think a very intriguing element was Rick Priestley when he said that their model was to start a company, because a lot of these Kickstarters are already from companies that are just trying to fund a project. And when you're funding a project, I guess, I don't know, is it a loss leader? Is it something? I don't know. Go to DACA discussions and talk to me about it and tell me what I'm missing, because I think I'll end with a very disturbing little element of my time at TempleCon. I loved TempleCon. I had a blast at TempleCon. Oh, I forgot to mention that I played Lords of Waterdeep, and did I mention Infiltration? I think I did. Lords of Waterdeep, though, I forgot about. And yeah, so I was in the bathroom blowing my nose because, in case you hadn't noticed, I'm sick again, and I had to leave our event like 3 or 4 times to blow my nose. So I was in the bathroom blowing my nose, and I heard someone in one of the stalls talking, which is always disturbing to me. Scatological conversation doesn't really intrigue me. I don't want to be involved with anything when I'm in that area. I don't want other people to be involved with me when I'm in that area, so I don't, So there's somebody talking, and I thought, that's weird. He's talking on his cell phone in the toilet, but okay. And then I heard somebody respond, which was even stranger, because 2 guys were in, you would hope, 2 separate stalls, and talking to each other, which is just bizarre to me, but that's neither here nor there. They were merchants, and they were discussing how intrigued they were by, one guy had said, oh my God, it's amazing. We brought 100 of these things, and they sold out in the first hour. And the other guy said, oh, yeah, that's crazy. We brought like 50 of these things that just had their Kickstarter finish, and we didn't sell any. And the first guy was like, well, I think you didn't sell any because everybody who wanted one got it on Kickstarter. And the guy was like, oh, yeah. Yeah, especially at a con where they're like alpha gamers. See? And so that's my question. Is it good for the company? The company does make their game, and they get their project done, and it's awesome, and they've got a bunch of molds now, and they can make all this plastic. But have they saturated the market? So there's another element of, have you given away the store, to pay for the one product, or have you saturated the market so that you've got this stuff and you paid for it, and now you've got a bunch of extra stuff and nobody wants to buy it, or it's going to go out in dribs and drabs, a few people that didn't see it. And so I guess that's my question. I'm fascinated by Kickstarter now, and how like rip-roaring it's going, and how everybody's involved and everybody's doing it. And a lot of people look like it's very successful. And I'll have to admit, although Gates of Antares doesn't seem to be doing well, I loved what Rick Priestley had to say, and I have every intention of jumping in there myself as soon as I... Excuse me. I got to wait for my paycheck this week to see how much what level I can jump in on. But it looks like I don't know. They've got 17 days to go when I'm recording this, and they're 1/3 of the way there. So I don't know. I'm nervous for Rick. I'm also nervous for the gaming community, because I think this is going to be a great game once it comes out. I mean, it's still going to come out. They've got way too much work put into it now to just give up. But I don't know. I'm intrigued where the money goes. I'm intrigued that all that money went to Kingdom Death. I'm intrigued that just a little bit of money goes here or there, that a lot of money goes somewhere else, and it intrigues me to no end. I think I've said the word intrigue. Let's do a word search. 16 times. It's still very, very intriguing. It's inconceivable. But anyway, that's all I've got to say about that. If you've got any insights, please go to DACA discussions and tell me what I'm missing, or am I right? Is this a flash in the pan, and it's either going to have to downgrade rapidly, or it's going to go away as far as its its utility as a tool for gamers is concerned? Because I just don't know how much more it's gonna be valid. So anyway, that's all I've got to say this time. So thank you for listening, and good night.
Achievement unlocked! You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@thed6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA discussions forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from Total Fangirl comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes.
And speaking of listener participation, special thanks to Adam Reeve, who sent in this hilarious song about one of my favorite conventions, PAX East.
Clock, babe, it counts down, dear, and it runs the whole year through. But the schedule isn't ready, and it says, oh, come back soon. You know when that site's live for pre-reg, babe, and those tickets start to spread. 3-day passes are almost gone, babe. So you'd better get out of bed. Hotel, oh, Sunday morning, sipping coffee, gonna book a room. But the close ones are all taken. A 2-mile walk's gotta do. There's a mob scene down by the keynote, don't you know, where a geeks are left just a slouching on down. Oh, that panel is just standing room only, dear. 5 will get you 10. Old PAX is back in town. Now did you hear about the vendors? They're here in force, babe. After drawing out all of our hard-earned cash, and now we'll keep spend just like they're sailors. Could it be you're buying something rash? Now break the launch. Yeah, Nicole Wakeland. Oh, Russ Wakeland too. Yes, it's coming round. Oh, that line board's on the right, babe. Now that PAX East back in town. I said Craig and Russ. Oh, Nicole Wakeland. Look out, Russ Wakeland too. Yes, it's coming round. Oh, that line board's right behind me. Now that PAX East is back in town. Look, old PAX East is back.